Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this week's episode of Crow Lane. I am Jess. I am your game master. You can find me on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me researching like shark facts and anglerfish facts for no particular reason. The Google searches that GMing ends up giving you is wild. Anyway, I'm going to pass it on over to my lovely cast to introduce themselves, starting off with Bree.
Hi everyone, I'm Bree. I use she, her pronouns. Find me in your, I don't know, in your local community, doing fun things, going to farmers markets, going to local bookstores. I don't know when this is airing, but I'm also always like shop local. I had a lovely experience shopping local today. I don't know how to talk about it without doxing myself, but it was great. I encourage you to do the same. To go shop
You
local.
give me such a craving for seeded like sourdough bread now. It's really upsetting. Anyway, passing it on over to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me at Sapphic Striga or just Sapphic Striga. You can also find my writing in the game that I know for a fact will be out by this time because I found out a release date. Storybake. Go check it out. It slays. There's a little adventure module in there for me that I think is perfect for springtime. I know this is coming out before springtime, but that's why you need to start preparing now for the springtime so you can run peep jousting for your players. So go check that out. You can also find me trying to get a druid to level 8 so I can wild shape into a Portuguese man of war.
Yes, that will not be happening this session, tragically.
I know. I thought about it real hard. But
I love you so much. I want to give you all the things. Unfortunately, I will not be giving you that.
Not 6 additional levels in druid on the spot? No?
Probably not. Not this time. Maybe next time. Passing it on over to you, James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me some places online at Nice One James, other places at TTRPGay. It's a little plot hook from me to you, you're welcome. You can also find me deciding to go LARPing for fun 5 years ago, and then fast forward to now when I've made fantasy escapist politics my hobby so bad it literally keeps me up at night. But go LARPing anyway, it's fun.
Yeah, for sure. Passing it on over to Mara.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lord Dropout or College of Lord Dropout. And today, all I have to say to you is, does your job have a union? Maybe do that. Bye.
Yeah, excellent advice from our friend Mara. And last but not least, passing it on to TT.
Hello, everyone. I'm TT. You can find me at TT Brett on pretty much everything. And admiring everyone's mugs, because I just saw those, and those were really fun. Yeah.
I'm admiring all your lovely mugs. Anyway, that means something different in British. Anyway, moving on to announcements. Oh, we nearly got through the announcements without weird energy, but unfortunately, I did bring it right back. Anyway, you can follow us, Starlight Tales, over on social media. We're usually there at Starlight Tales or at Starlight Tales _. You can follow us for updates and announcements. Oh, that's a new tongue twister. Over on Twitter, you can follow us on Instagram and TikTok for things like dumb memes and clips from previous shows. And you can watch entire episodes of our previous shows and campaigns in handy-dandy playlists over on YouTube. Just look us up over there, Starlight Tales. It's really easy. You can also join us for free over on our fan Discord community. That's also Starlight Tales. The link to join that is down below. You can chat about our latest episodes, and you get updates on all of our scheduling over there as well. And finally, if you would like to buy some dice, we are partnered with the wonderful people over at Die Hard Dice, and you can use our code Starlight10 for 10% off your order. And I think that's all of our regular schmegular announcements. I'm not able to do calendar specific announcements, unfortunately, because we are pre-recording this like 4 months in advance. So whatever time of year it is over there, happy year. I'm going to pass it on over to the intro screen. Bye! Last time on Crow Lane, some last-minute homework, courtesy of an unexpected house visit from schoolteacher Miss Rosalie, jump-started a few more conspiracy theories for the mysteries currently plaguing Crow Lane. Ruby reunited with an old flame, Ember, one of the staff gardeners, and Reva and Rodella did some more recreational gardening with Aunt Sloane. Eventually, these conspiracy theories led some of our family members back down to the crypt below the Crowcolt estate, set on investigating a cryptic message left behind from the ghost of their Aunt Bernadette. Remember the ink. So Rodella, Nadette, Ruby, and Tennant activated the strange ritual discovered the previous year, the purpose of which had never quite been revealed. But as dark ink began to drip from the ceiling, this time something new happened. The golden egg in the center of the room began to glow, and the floor of the crypt began to lower. As the chamber began quickly filling with dark seawater, dancing lights suddenly appeared beneath the surface, quickly followed by a huge maw of razor-sharp teeth and 2 bulging fish eyes as a giant angler shark made its first attack. That's where we left off last time. Ruby, you have just had your brother Tennant yanked from your grasp as he plunges beneath this dark seawater, pulled by some invisible force. Nadette, you are currently invisible yourself underneath the surface of the water, and you have seen this huge, shark, but with this strange anglerfish head and these kind of dancing fronds, kind of long, kind of catfish whiskers with these glowing golf ball kind of bulbs on the end of them, dancing around its face. These 2 completely, what is it called when they have fish? I don't know. No, I'm talking about the eyes, completely, in 2 opposite directions. And these huge, razor sharp. The mouth is big enough to, swallow one of you whole. This is how big this thing is. And it is, grabbed onto Tennant's leg and pulled it underneath as it makes its first surprise attack. Tennant is going to take 29 points of piercing damage. And Nadette, you see as this thing drags him down, and you see his boot pulled off entirely, and for a minute he's just floating there, and then it rushes up and swallows him whole as he disappears inside this thing. And at this point, I would like everyone to roll initiative, please.
Okay.
I feel like even though Nadette is invisible, Ruby and Nadette somehow share a look really? Of course he got swallowed by a fucking...
There's he's gonna bitch about this for fucking weeks.
He's never gonna let
I don't think he's gonna bitch
Never
about it. I
gonna
think you're gonna
shut
tease
up.
him about being fish food for the rest of his life.
Well,
And
I
he
wasn't going
deserves
to,
it
but
'cause he
thank
got
you now.
swallowed by a fish. God. Okay.
Okay, everyone rolled?
Yep.
Excellent. I'll roll for Tennant even though he can't do much right now.
Give the man an action. Let him have an action.
So 32-25. Nope. Okay, 25 to 20. Okay, 20 to 15. What? Are you joking? Is Tennant got the highest initiative? Because that's really funny. Okay, 15 to 10.
13.
13.
Damn.
Lost by what?
Okay, so I had Rose and Nadette both at 13.
Yeah.
Who's got the higher dex?
Nadette, you go first because you're actually there.
Great.
Sure.
Deal.
And Ruby, you got 14.
14.
Okay,
It's
so
my
I'll put you
lucky
above
number.
Tennant then. 10 to 5.
8.
Oh my goodness, really? I can't believe this is happening. I rolled a 7.
Oh,
Like, it's
cute.
a 2 on the dice. I've maxed out dex.
Oh my god, guys.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's
We're
fine.
saving the big rolls, folks. We're saving them.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
what is initiative at the end of the day, but just a simple little order. Like, so, Ruby, that means that you are up first.
Oh god. Jesus Christ. Okay. I think that Ruby is staring at the spot in the surface of the water where Tennant disappeared, with abject horror for probably like half of her 6 seconds. And then turns back and just looks at Rodella and is like, just get help. And then I'm gonna dive under. Just immediately drops into the water. And I am going to first use my bonus action to activate the special ability on my Bow of the Phantom. So hopefully I will be able to have a little bit of help while I'm trying to shoot in the fucking water. And when I get under there, how far is this thing from me? What am I seeing? What's going on down there, Jess?
Yeah, okay, so make a perception check for me.
It's a 26.
Okay, so, like, regardless of your roll, you can very much see these dancing lights kind of, like, pull away into the gloom. I would say this big angler shark, rather, is about, like, 10 to 15 feet below you.
Thank you, Mara.
What?
Mara gave me a visual aid.
Every time you've said the word shark, I do this.
I completely missed that. It's because my notes are pulled up on that side of the screen, so I think they're just completely obscured you. That's so funny. Yes, what you see is so you see 10 to 15 feet below you, that shark, and no sign of Tenon except for like a floating boot kind of like off to one side. You don't see Nadette because she is invisible. What you do see is the bottom half. So you see this tower, which is kind of like extending from the center of this room, which is basically where that egg was on its platform. As the floor has lowered, it's turned into this like long tower. And you see the bottom half of an engraving on one of the sides of the towers. If you want to see the whole engraving, I think you'd have to kind of like resurface and look at the whole thing.
How far is these engravings? How far would I have to go? How far would I have to swim?
I mean, how far have you gone underneath the water? Because you
like, I think just far enough to like try to see what's happening before she like really dives down.
Sure. So then you just have to like 5 feet movement up again to resurface and look at the thing.
Can I do that and look at that? Is that gonna an action? Can I just do that?
No, it's just your movement.
Okay, cool. I got scared. Sorry.
Okay. So you kind of like you look down, you kind of like look at everyone, try and get a bearing of your surroundings. You notice these this bottom half of this engraving on this tower next to you, and you resurface to look at the rest of it. And it is once again much like, which is now probably about 100 feet above you, those engravings of the birds on the wall. There is another solitary, a slightly larger bird, similarly with his arms outstretched, its beak open, and its head kind of like cast to the sky. And the kind of like the top 3/4 of this bird is currently like above the water, engraved on this tower.
Okay.
That is what you see. Just one bird.
Just one bird. Okay. I don't know what to do with this at this point in time.
Sure.
So, I'm gonna look at it, go, okay, clock that for later, and I'm going back under, trying her absolute goddamn hardest. I'm just gonna start firing underwater arrows at this thing. The lowest of these is an 18.
That all 3 of them hit.
Okay, fabulous. Jesse gave me such a cool bow, but now I have to roll so many dice.
Oh no, you poor thing.
Oh no!
Please don't complain about
man.
like not having enough dice to having too many dice to roll.
You can roll less of those dice if you want.
No. It was 47 plus an additional 7. 52 points of damage. Yeah, I think that just Ruby immediately gets underwater and is just aiming for the fucking eyes because she knows nothing about underwater creatures at all and is like, I don't know, the face. And yeah, just sets these arrows off.
Yeah, and these arrows that you kind of like loose into the water take on this like ghostly, silvery, shimmery appearance and is completely unobstructed by the velocity of the water, fire as quickly as they would do above water and thud into the like thick hide of this creature. And as these 3 arrows, like one by one, land in the body of this creature. Its entire body convulses and retches, and it throws up Tennant out of its mouth. One last thing.
Oh, okay.
You, was it the night before? God, probably. You picked up a hex smudging bundle that belonged to Molly in the Crowcolt estate after the seance, and it contained that necrotic seaweed. Where is that on your person right now?
I think it is just like tucked into one of the many like pouches on her belt.
Okay, so you feel that spot on your belt start to like wriggle and jump, almost as if like a live kind of like fish or sea creature is kind of like become caught in your clothes. And you look down and you see the tendrils of this hex bundle come undone and start weaving, and almost as if this like seaweed has taken on a life of its own, start like rapidly like propelling itself through the water towards you, and it latches onto your front, and these tendrils of seaweed start to sucker themselves along your arms, along the front of your chest, and you see those black veins where that necrotic energy is spread through the veins of this kind of like foliage start to mirror like veins along your arms, and you feel a searing pain in the sides of your neck. And suddenly your lungs start to fill with water, and for a split second this icy chill goes through you, and you think, oh my god, is this thing making me drown? Am I drowning? But you feel your body process that water in a way that it shouldn't, as suddenly you are able to breathe, and these gills kind of like flutter in the water alongside your neck, and you now have a swim speed of what your normal speed is, and you are now able to breathe as usual underwater. You see a similar thing happening to Tennant below you, as the seaweed that Sloane gave him when you were kind of deconstructing your bag of shit does the exact same thing, and I think you probably see down below you him freaking out as it does so.
Can I use the rest of my move speed to try to get to him?
Yeah, I'll say he's about like 30 feet away from you.
Yeah, easily. So yeah, I think that like there is like that moment of panic as she's like, why, oh god, Jesse gave us underwater face huggers from Alien and I love it.
Oh, I've never seen that film, but yay!
Oh my god, okay, well, you did it beautifully. But then like realizes what's going on, and I think just gets this like absolutely wicked grin. And she's just like, oh, okay, yeah, we got this. And we'll swim down to Tennant, and I think like just she's not even like looking to calm him down. I think that she just like grabs him by the back of the shirt, and is gonna like start turning him towards the surface and like try to like just push him, and is like fucking go. And I think that's my turn. That's action, bonus action, movement, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, funny enough, it's now Tennant's turn. I think he kind of wheels around in the water, probably like clocks you on the side of the head with like a flailing elbow, like trying to get you off him, and pulls out one gun from his belt, which is the gun that he kind of like named after Rose, and I think goes to fire it, and you see like the gunpowder spark and fail underneath the water, and you see like his like a bunch of bubbles come out of his mouth as he like curses. And he brings out the other gun and kind of like gives a look at you of like this infernal like fire gun, and is like, is this gonna work? And then I think just kind of like turns around and shoots. So the first one is a miss because guns don't work underwater, but this gun, its divine energy seems to reject whatever kind of like, you know, water damage would otherwise inflict it, and he deals 23 points of damage on that one. I think oh, actually I can bonus action do that again. That's a miss. Okay, so he just gets one hit in at this thing, I think probably as he's kind of like swimming towards the surface. And so I think as he's kind of like firing behind him and swimming towards the surface, you notice his hands have become webbed, and I think he does too, as he kind of like pulls back and looks at like the hand holding his gun, and you just kind of like again see him wet as he go, kind of go, ah! And you see, like, he kind of like starts swimming towards the surface and realizing that like he's propelling himself with much more like grace and ease than he should be. And I think he like looks back down at you, Ruby, and kind of goes, again, wordlessly kind of goes, I can swim!
I think also, like, with webbed hands, just does...
Excellent, cool. And that's Shannon's action. Nadette, you are up next. Rose, you are on deck.
Beautiful. So first thing, Nadette's gonna grab a big breath of air on the surface, and then is going to dive down to this creature while invisible. Then first thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to cast Inflict Wounds at 2nd level. Just gonna reach a hand on its weird, scaly, slimy body, and like, I do have to yell with this, so I am gonna have to like disengage and go up for air in a second. But I just like, I feel like as this thing opens its mouth to like let go of Tennant, just like slams her hand into this thing's head and just like screams a little bit. That's a nat fucking 20.
Yeah!
For a flat 30 check.
What does it look like as you do an inflict wounds at like a natural 20 level?
Okay, so I think like slams this head down, and I think like Nadette is invisible, but I think like the force and the glow of Nadette's magic is so bright that like you see Nadette almost as like an after image when like you look at something for too long and then look away. And just like there's like roiling, bright, like swirling tie-dye colors kind of fill the water for a second, like filled with sparkle. And yeah, I'm gonna roll a shit ton of damage. 59 plus 7 for 66 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Okay, to put a little flavor on it, I feel like as, right, this, like, sparkly tie-dye is erupting from this magic, it, like, goes and just, like, swirls around the shark's, little bulb so much that it, like, crushes it, and its light just winks out, and as the light winks out, the tie-dye magic, like, swarms into this creature's mouth and just, like, tears it apart from the inside out.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this thing is kind of like torn like from the inside out, and it's like kind of like haggard remains kind of float belly up and start rising to the surface. And then you catch a couple more dancing lights illuminating the space behind you. We're going to pull away from this moment and actually go back to Rose and Tennant's cottage, where Reva and Rose, you are currently in the middle of a scrying spell. Just to check in on how your guys are doing. Yeah, so this is kind of like the events that you see. What are you doing here?
I think that Rose, with an expression that sort of says, "You're joking. This is a joke. Scrying is playing a practical joke on me. This isn't real." Just turns to look at you, Reva, and I think just like looks at you wordlessly for a minute with an expression of like, "This isn't real. This isn't real." And then just, "Fuck, we have to go, don't we?"
When you look into my face, I think you see the exact same expression mirrored of
Yeah.
the sort of exasperated, is this really? Like, I didn't think we had to do this crying, and I'm sure they wouldn't have gotten in trouble, but, you know, we did. And
Mhm.
this is what we're seeing right now. Okay. And I think, sort of wordlessly, I make eye contact with you and just sort of like, and I sort of like gesture over to the door. Shall we?
Yeah, fine. I think I will reach out just before I start fucking running, and I'll just like put a hand on your shoulder and give it a squeeze of like, "I know you were high 40 seconds ago, but we're gonna be okay." And I'll give you a bardic inspiration. So have that D10. Enjoy that. A gift from me to you. And then I
God.
will grab my cloak of displacement off like a chair or something, and I'm just gonna start fucking booking it. I'm gonna use my action and my full movement speed to run in that direction, and hopefully also I'd love if there was like, I don't know, maybe someone taking a nice walk that I could scream to watch my children. That would be like fun and sexy for me personally.
Yeah, I
also.
think you see like a grey tiefling, and I think your heart kind of goes, oh, family member, excellent. And then you see them doing an incredibly poor job at like shearing a bush. And you recognize Ember, the kind of like awkward, some sort of romantic entanglement having with Ruby currently. Kind of pretending to guard it and just kind of like giving up as she sees you streak past and kind of like looks after you.
Rose like does a double take and looks at Ember with like visible disappointment, just like not consciously, but just sort of like, oh fuck. And then she goes, "Hey, you're armed, yes?
Yeah? Why?
Please go watch my
What's
children.
this?
I have to go jump in a hole. Please go watch my children. Thank you." I just keep running.
Okay.
Also, hi, nice to meet you. Still running.
And we'll say the two of you can start using your full double speed movement to get over there. It'll take you this round and the next round, and then we'll say that you get there. So we'll check in on you in a bit. But up next is
I have more.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's my bad actually. What were you gonna do, Nadette?
I get to attack.
Oh God, you do. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No, it's
of
okay.
course.
I thought it was funny to wait and then do that. So
Sure.
I did stuff too earlier, and that's on me. How close do I see this next light?
Is it two like melee attacks, or is it like two? Because your first attack was a spell.
Yeah, so I can do either do a cantrip or just hit.
Okay.
Or use
Okay.
a bonus action, I mean.
Okay.
And so I want to figure out how close are these lights.
You kind of like, you see them kind of like, I will say you also see the bottom half of this engraving as for some reason it starts to get like illuminated, and you feel like kind of that warm glow behind your back and these kind of tendrils. It's right behind you, but you're still invisible, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally on top of you as these like dancing tendrils kind of like surround you.
Beautiful. In that case, I'm just going to use my bonus action to disengage if it's right behind me and get out to the surface to grab a breath of air.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that's my turn. If it's
Okay.
right behind. Worry about that later.
No worries. It is then this second angler shark's turn, and it is going to make an attack at Radella. Does a 22 hit?
Yeah, I think that hits.
Okay. So, Radella, you have just seen, you saw Nadette turn invisible, plunge beneath the water. You saw your son, Tannen, disappear, yanked beneath the water. You saw Ruby dive in down after him, and you've probably, the only person who doesn't have dark vision in this group, been frantically trying to make sense of the strange kind of like glowing lights and movements and these kind of like bubbled releases of air to the surface below you. And then suddenly you yourself find something tug very hard on your we'll say it makes this kind of like shrieking clang as it clangs onto your metallic leg and tugs. You take 25 points of piercing damage, and you are also swallowed.
Ah!
When you are swallowed, guys, you are blind and restrained, so your speed is 0 and your attacks are made at disadvantage.
Okay.
Radella, it is your turn. You are inside the kind of like, this cramped, like wet, absolutely stinks of rotten fish and decay inside
Bad.
this thing's mouth.
Not
You can
bad.
hear its like hollow, wet heartbeat kind of echoing in the chamber that you are kind of like squeezed into. You are unable to really like move except to maybe like shift and try and create some space in this very contained area.
That's horrifying.
Hmm.
Okay, I think in this moment, you know, Radella's just spent the last however many seconds frantically like searching the water, like you were saying, can't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as she's, watching her kids be pulled down, and then as she's pulled down herself, she's sitting in this like place where she feels trapped. And for the first time she can't even remember how long, in a state of like combat, she feels scared. It's like any courage that she normally would have in this kind of situation, any amount of resilience she would have in this situation, is she's pulling on empty. It's like not there anymore. And she can feel herself kind of instinctively like reaching out, trying to like push out this kind of aura that she's always possessed towards her kids, who she doesn't know where they are, what's going on with them, and it just feels empty. And I think Rodella sits for a minute in this just sheer panic and absolute fear. And I think she, for a second, recalls Henry, who, she has this mirror, this shard of glass sitting in her pocket. And the image of, like, I think, like, just the idea of, like, he's underwater again. He's underwater again. And I think Rodella's just sitting in this, just, like, panicking. And just instinctively, without really, like, she's not really thinking in this moment, just because of the fear. She's going to, with the leg that was pulled down, shoot off the spikes to just kind of like kick out at something. So that is 27.
Nice.
Is this a disadvantage or anything?
No, because you're inside, and because it's like, I would say like an attack to like swing would be like made a disadvantage, but this thing literally like swallowed your leg first. So if you're just activating a property that's already built into your leg, I would say that's, you're not rolling to attack. I don't think you roll to attack with these things.
Okay, so that was my bonus action. And
Okay.
then I think as just a...
What did it look like when these spikes like launch out of your leg?
So I think she has these kind of like 3 holes in the leg that when there's like a shutter of a camera or whatever, where it just kind of like and it opens, and these spikes just go, like, she kicks her leg out and the spikes just go doo, 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 and hit the inside of this thing. And then I think as much as she can move, I think she's gonna try and like use her sword in some way. I think she reaches down as much as she can, and I think she's just gonna swing her whole body and try and cut this thing from the inside. Oh man, that could have been a nat 20. That's 24.
It does hit.
That's 26.
So you've done bonus action, first attack, you get a second attack.
15.
To hit, that does not hit.
Okay.
So, to the rest of you, still floating in the water outside of this second angler shark that's appeared, you see it drag Rodella down by her iron kind of leg, swallow her whole, and then a couple of moments later, you hear this like kind of like reverberating kind of like sonic screech emit from it, and you see one of these familiar spikes that you know comes from Rodella's prosthetic kind of rip its way out of its gills, and it kind of blooms in this clouded black blood into the water. And then you see it again kind of start thrashing as Rodella deals a strike from the inside of it. And again, you see it kind of convulse and throw Rodella back up now into the water. Rodella, you are now underwater, but you're about 30 feet underneath the surface.
I don't think I got a breath, so I think I'm gonna use whatever movement I have to try and get back up to the surface.
Okay. Reva, you are up next. Ruby, you are on deck. Reva, what are you doing as you kind of like race through the grounds of the estate?
I think there's like this little perverse humor that comes out as she's like dealing and trying to like tie her hair back after like letting it down. And there's this kind of like the vestige of like that sort of like high humor of just like, this is what you get for letting your hair down. Like, of course, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why I can't take a break, because this kind of nonsense happens. And it's like those kind of thoughts that are like sort of like percolating, tinged with that sort of sardonic humor of course, really? One night off, that's all I ask for. And I think that's like the thoughts as she's trying to pull her hair back and trying to find something, as that sort of flops in as she runs and follows Rose. I think there's also a little thought about like like I thought Ember's gardening skills were better. I know that's not why we hired them, but still.
No, you
Make an
should have
attempt.
transferable skills in this line of work.
Just saying, do better at cover.
Sure.
Ugh.
Back in the crypt, Ruby, you are up next with Tenant on deck.
Okay, fabulous. The first thing I would love to do, how many of these fucked up little shark guys could I theoretically get with a 20-foot cube?
1 for sure.
1? Okay. Wow.
Oh, well, there's only 1 that you can see right now.
Oh, there's only 1 I can see right now?
Yeah, because the dad fucked the other one, killed it.
The dev did fuck the other one up. Okay. There's only 1 other guy that I see. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Then I am going to cast Fairy Fire. To try to light this guy up, and he needs to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
So you let me know how that goes.
That is a 17.
Fuck! Okay, he beat it. Damn it. Okay.
Oh.
Well. My cool thing. No. Okay. Either way. No, actually, that really doesn't do much for him. Okay, so now at least there's some light down here.
Okay.
Damn it! I'm mad. That's okay. But there's at least like there's light. There's it. I think like it lights up all the other shit that's down here. So there's at least like Rodella can hopefully like see in this vicinity, and won't be completely fucked. Should they choose to come back down here again, which honestly I wouldn't advise at this moment anyway.
Yeah, those sconces on the wall that you remember from before, way up above you, light, and it's like weird how this gloom kind of permeates down below, and then you kind of have this hazy like golden light up above you as the sconces light, but doesn't do much for you, unfortunately.
Bummer. Okay, that's fine. And then my bonus action is going to be activating my spirit totem. So, which one do I want to use? I feel like the hawk spirit is going to be the most useful. So I'm going to situate it, I think, somewhere between me and Rodella, because I know that Rodella is probably going to need the most help in this fight. And what this is going to do is any creature with this is for all my allies within 30 feet of me. I can use reactions to give them advantage on attacks, and you guys also will all have advantage on any perception checks while you are down here. So basically, I turn the lights on, really good. And then I think I'm going to start swimming towards the thing that fucked up my mom. Because I'm kind of mad about it, and just like I think Ruby like puts herself in between like Rodella, who is retreating, and this thing, just in case it decides to cover it. Right. And that's my turn.
Okay, it's Tenant up next on deck. He's gonna shoot. God, what is going on with my hits today? Only one of those hit. That's okay. So 26 points of damage with that single shot to the fish currently in front of you. You see like the runes light up along the pistol, and again kind of shoots this like bullet that kind of like spirals through the water, looking like it's glowing red hot. and it kind of makes this like hiss and fizzle as it like sinks and lands into the side of this fish. And again, you hear that kind of sonic sort of screech kind of ripple the water underneath you as it thrashes around, and those lights go whizzing around and kind of like causing those, you know when you like flick a sparkler in the air and it like causes those spirals, these like little like motes of light cause those spirals around it as it just thrashes in pain. I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna do a spell, but I don't want to lose my breath. Actually, no, because I can breathe underwater. Excellent. You hear in this kind of like deep kind of like infernal sounding language as Tennant casts hex on this beast. And you see for just a second, some of that old infernal light just flickers a little bit like a very distant candle in his eyes. And now I get to do extra damage to it. Should have done that first? Never mind. I'm playing 3 different guys. Nadette, you are on deck, but first, I would like everyone to make a perception check, please.
Terrifying. Close good buddies will have advantage. Yay!
Swear to God, I got another natural 20.
I got a nat 20!
This is payback for you hitting me with 3 nat 20s in the last combat, Jess. This is payback. The dice know.
Okay, here's my question. Was I doing that at disadvantage, or was it fine because the area's been
No,
lit
because
up?
I think because Ruby did something
Okay,
that, yeah,
so funny.
counteracts
You're in
that.
my aura. You're in my fucky aura, so it cancels out. And I did not get a nat 20, but I got a 23.
Okay, so all of you see as a third chamber in the wall lifts and opens, and a third angler shark drifts out of this pocket in the wall. You now have 2 of them in there with you. Nadette, you are up next. Rose, you're up on deck.
Am I able to get in melee range with one of these sharks if I went up to get a breath of
Yeah,
air?
the one. If you went up to get a breath of air, you would not be in melee range with any of them.
Okay, that's fine. First thing I want to do is I'm going to bonus action Rage, which drops my invisibility. So I am now visible, but because I was invisible, do I get to add sneak attack to my next attack?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm gonna pull a dagger from my boot, and I want to try and throw it at the creature while raged, and then I'll swim close with my battle axe later. But first things first, just try and throw
Okay,
it.
which one are you aiming for?
Whichever one is closest to my family, so not the one that just came out.
Okay.
So that is going to be a +7 is a 19, a 21.
That hits.
Amazing. So then I get to roll my regular dagger with sneak attack, and because I'm raged, the first attack I take on my turn, I'm gonna burn a bardic inspiration to do an extra 2d6 psychic damage to the target.
Okay.
17 points of damage.
Okay.
That's my first attack. I would like to use my movement to get in melee range with
Yep.
the creature, and I would like to,
The same one you just attacked?
yeah, pull out my Great Axe of Vicious Mockery, and I'll know I will have disadvantage to hit with this because it is large.
I would like to use my reaction to give you advantage to flatten it.
Nice.
Slay.
Have fun.
You will. Oh, so bad. Fuck. An 11 doesn't do shit, I imagine.
It does not. Why do you miss on this turn?
I think, like, this is, like, the first time Nadette has actually gotten to use this Great Axe in combat.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
so I think there's, like, a lot of, like, she's trained with it, of course, but there's something about using it for the first time when it counts, and she's never trained with it underwater. So I think
Sure.
she goes to swing, and the force is just off enough that, like, she ends up just kind of doing, like, a flip in the water instead of actually moving it.
Do a sick flip, though.
It's a sick flip. Her hair, like, does the perfect, like, Little Mermaid kind of thing underwater. It's very hot. For my bonus action, I would like to... Actually, can I try and hide behind this thing, like kind of hovering over it. Hide so I'm swimming over it, not in its line of view because its eyes are here and I'm back here.
Sure, make a stealth check.
I know that's wild. Okay, that's not bad. That's an 18 plus, what's my stealth? 7. So it's 25.
Yeah, you are hidden.
Perfect. I'm like hovering above this thing in the water as it's swimming around thrashing to stay out of sight, and that is everything I can do.
Excellent. Rose, it is your turn with the angler shark up on deck. Rose, you spend your whole movement in this round finishing the rest of your sprint. You can't do anything once, but what are your thoughts as you arrive at the kind of location of this fight? I think the hatch already kind of opened. You can peer down and kind of see what's going on.
I think that Rose has like been focused on, even though she can't hear it anymore, like focusing on the sound that she got when scrying of Tennant's heartbeat, and it's just like replaying that in their mind with every like step of their run, so that they cannot like focus on the fact that they're about to go deep underground again when they like said they never would. And so it's just like replaying on and focusing with all of their might on just Tennant's heartbeat and Tennant's heartbeat and Tennant's heartbeat.
Okay. You see a strange sort of like warm glow coming from the top of this hatch, and you look down through it and you see what you've never seen before is this like giant golden egg giving off these like pulsating like glows of light. And you now see an entirely different scene to when you were last down here, which is the now incredibly elongated height of this room as the floor has lowered, this podium stretched into a tower, and these kind of like flashes of light and these like kind of dark fins that kind of like arc out of the water and dive back down into the deep, dark depths. Up next is our new friend. He is going to make an attack against Ruby.
And Jess, I did already use my bonus action, so I'm not hidden. That's my bad.
Okay. We can say that you think you're hidden.
I tried to do it.
I think you kind of like, you're floating above this like anglerfish, and then you kind of like, yeah, I'm totally hidden. And then you look to the side, and one of these like lights is staring directly at you. But it's not that fish's turn yet. It's the other guy's turn, and he's gonna go for Ruby. Does a... Oh, that's a lot. It's 26 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay. What are your thoughts as you take... No, you don't take that much damage. You take 9 points of piercing damage, but you are swallowed into the maw of this brand new beast as it dives up behind you and encompasses you in its like giant teeth.
I think that the only thought playing in her brain over and over again is, fuck, here we go again. I think that just that like impending sudden darkness is unfortunately a little bit too familiar right now. But it's weird because this time like she is like cold and wet and like shivering a little bit, as opposed to before when like she was like sweaty and this fire was like blazing out of control. And I think that she has like a Robert Frost fire and ice moment. Which one is worse, actually? And I think that this one is worse. This is so much worse.
Ow. Okay.
It's a great poem. You should read it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I shall do that. Radella, you are up next with Riva on deck.
Okay, I think Radella,
You don't see Ruby. Actually, no, Ruby would, because of the light that Ruby put in place. So
yeah,
you can see what's going on around you now.
Okay, I think Radella sees that, and she's lost all of the air out of her lungs, and I think the instinct is to stay and rip this thing's jaws open, but she knows she's not going to be much help if she drowns. So I think she's going to go the rest of the 15 feet up and kind of breach the surface. And as she does so, just gasping and looking around, I think she's looking to see how high etchings on the wall are, because she knows that if she flicks some water at it, some of this ink at it, that she'll be able to stop the ritual. Is it out of reach?
It's at the normal height it was when this thing was, so it's 100 feet above you.
Okay. And then I think as she's looking around, does she spot Rose at the entrance?
Yeah, Rose has arrived and is kind of like... Rose, you were looking down through the trapdoor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think she just feels this kind of like, oh, okay. And then she looks back down, and this thing's, you said it was about 30 feet beneath her, right? How close is the other one?
The other one, I will say, is like, this one is 30 feet below you. I'd say the other one is maybe on the other side of the room, so like 40 feet away.
Okay, cool. I'm going to cast Command at 2nd level, because then I can get both of them. If I can, I'm going to tell them to freeze.
Okay, what save do I need to make?
Wisdom
20. That's a nat 20.
No
for
fucking
one of them.
way!
But the other one fails.
Oh, that's infuriating.
So the one that Nadette's kind of like currently like lingering by, the one that kind of just swallowed you and is looking pretty badly injured at the minute, fails its save. Bonus action, anything else?
Yeah, she's going to Misty step back down.
Misty step to a point below in the water.
Yeah, I think she's going to take a deep breath, and
Okay.
I think she's going to Misty step as close as she can.
To where Ruby is or to where Nadette is?
I think Ruby, because that's the one that
Okay.
just, yeah.
Yeah, what does your
swallowed
Misty
drowned.
step look like in this kind of like vortex of water?
Yeah, I think as she's sitting on the surface, she looks down, she takes a deep breath, and then that kind of like fiery, oily light across the surface, and then she appears again in kind of like a burst of like bubbles and steam next to this creature.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yep.
Awesome. Reva, what are your thoughts as you arrive on scene and you join Rose looking down into this trapdoor to find all of that bullshit beneath you?
How far below the trapdoor is the water?
Oh god, I can't remember how he said.
I remember.
I think like
you mentioned-
60 feet. It was like a 60-foot drop originally.
I think that checks out. But either way, I think I sort of approach.
You aren't going to be able to do anything.
That's totally
unfortunately,
okay.
but yeah.
But I think I sort of take a moment. I give Rose a sort of squeeze on the shoulder. And then I think there's a little moment of sort of, I think, calm that comes over Reva, where she's like, okay, water, sharks, great. We've done this 1,000 times. It'll be fun. And then I think the round, ends, or her turn ends with her just sort of like taking 3 steps back and then just swan diving in through the hatch.
Classic. Okay. It is the second Anger Shark's turn with Ruby up on deck. So, Nadette, the fish below you with that kind of like glowing eye looking at you, will turn belly up and I think make an attack at you as you kind of like float above it. 21 to hit.
Hits, but I'm gonna uncanny dodge.
Okay, so you take half of the damage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also going to say then you're not swallowed.
Yes!
Because that doesn't really make sense. So...
I appreciate it.
Of course, so you take
Better not be.
16 reduced to 8 points of piercing damage as you dodge as this thing lunges for you, and I think kind of like catches you maybe on like the elbow or like the bicep. One of its teeth kind of like snags into your cloak, into your clothing.
And I'm just gonna note for the folks at home, because I'm raging, I have resistance to piercing, so I have it again to...
Okay. Nadette, can you make me a perception check, please?
Absolutely. Oh my god. Oh, my dice are everywhere. That's a... Oh, slay. Ooh, better by 2. That is a dirty, nasty, gross 20.
Disgusting. Okay.
Disgusting 20.
What you see as you kind of like dodge out of the way as this shark goes for you and misses you by kind of like a fingernail, you see, you kind of like, you bump into the back of this stone pillar that this podium is. And the water level of this like dark seawater has now risen to the point where it has just about started lapping at the top of this engraving. And you see as that water splashes on the beak of the bird engraved on this pillar, you feel at your back the stone of the pillar start to rumble a little bit with a little bit of movement. And that's all you get for now.
Okay, thank you.
Ruby, it is your turn. You take 17 points of acid damage as this thing, kind of like the environment of this like space that you're trapped in, starts to like eat away at you. But then you're free to do your turn.
Boo. Okay, so I'm getting eated, right?
Mm-hmm. So good.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm getting eated. Yum, delicious. I just kind of want to see what will happen if I do this. Let me take you to a place. Let me take you somewhere.
Okay.
It's not silly. I shouldn't be laughing. I think that as Ruby is in this thing's mouth, about to be swallowed, feeling kind of like, yes, the press of like you are being digested by this animal, but also like the press of this darkness around her, this like old fear that has kind of started to grip her. I think that, you know, she inside feels like that hearth that Tennant had gifted to her, that one that is so different from her own. I can't describe this feeling anything other than like when your dog starts to like pull on the leash and is like, fucking let me at him. And it's something that I don't think she's ever really experienced before. She very much had her own flame constantly under control, lest it get out of her hands and burn down the forest around her. But I think that she thinks, not this time. I'm not just living for myself anymore. So I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave at 3rd level. But instead of thunder, I mean, it can still do thunder damage because it has to do thunder damage, the rules that we're playing with. I think that like the water around her and around this thing starts to heat up and boil. So I'm trying to cook this guy alive from the inside. So he's gonna have to make a Constitution saving throw for me, because I am inside. And if he fails, some other stuff is gonna happen. I don't know how we're gonna handle that, but you just let me know.
Yeah, that's a 4 on the die, so that's an 8 total.
Okay, how would you like to handle on a failed save the creature is pushed 10 feet away from you? Actually, do you want me to roll damage first and then we can decide that? Let me do some damage first and then we can decide that. 15 points of thunder damage, which is not a lot, but, you know, that's something. And then on a failed save, a creature is pushed 10 feet away from you, so I don't...
Well, I would say, so you don't meet the damage threshold for it regurgitating you, but I think in terms of it failing the save and being pushed away from you, I think as you summon this heat to the waters around you, and you feel kind of like oh god, it makes the smell inside here so much worse as the air starts to heat and that rotten fish stench starts to become more and more pungent and kind of like gives this like nauseating, I think in your mind you kind of just like that get me the fuck out of here almost materializes in this like wave, this kind of like cosmic like kinetic wave of energy. And you almost like basically you punch it in the back of the throat and you both shoot apart from each other. You shoot back into this water, you shoot through the kind of like, for a minute it kind of like almost blisters your skin, the heat of this water, but then you shoot past its that that threshold into the cool, dark water beyond it, and you see the kind of blistered like boils on the edge of its hide as this thing shoots backwards from you.
Slay.
Do you do anything else with your turn?
Yeah, that was my action. And then I think that Ruby just like in that moment has a moment of clarity, and is gonna just use whatever propulsion she got from that to then start to propel herself and start swimming the rest of the way to get to the surface over by where that additional carving was on the side of the wall.
Oh yeah, you can get over there.
Okay. I think
And without even a perception check, if you go up to the podium itself, you see that bird's beak is now closed and kind of like bobbing underneath the surface of the water. And you also feel like that faint rumbling down below.
How high up and away from us now are the rest of the carvings that were on the wall?
Probably, I would say maybe like 90 feet now, because the water level has risen a bit.
Okay. I'm not getting there in one go. That's fine. But I think that, like, you know, Ruby will kind of grab the edges of her cloak and start to, like, get herself above the surface of the water. Very much, like, looking up that way. Do I see Rose and Reva? Are they like just sticking their heads down?
You see Reva diving towards you in this swan dive.
Fuck! Okay, slay. Alright, awesome. They're here. Hell yeah, I don't know if there's anything that I can say as Reva is passing me by. So I think that's just gonna be my turn.
I think in the moment you probably recognize, oh, this is where you get your diving off of high objects, like from
There is
your
a little bit of
bloodline.
a, like, ooh, she's got good form. Okay.
It is Tennant's turn. Nadette, you are up on deck. Tennant, I think, has been focused abjectly on you, Ruby, as you are swallowed, and then watches you kind of like flame punch your way out of this thing in bewilderment. Follows you all the way as you kind of go back over to the pillar. Nadette, are you underneath the water, or are you on the surface of the water as well?
I'm still underwater.
You're still underwater. I think Tennant starts to swim over towards you. And I think... Let me make a roll for it. Oh, smart boy. Okay. I think he looks at where you're looking, Ruby, at the etching on the wall. I think he also kind of sees Reva diving into the water. It's like, the fuck, for a minute. But I think he puts two and two together that, like, this bird's beak was open a second ago, now it's closed. And we know that the etchings at the top have the potential to end this ritual if we can get those wet. And I think he looks at you, Ruby, and kind of goes, I can't believe I'm fucking saying this. And then, like, shouts as loud as he can down to you just below the surface of the water to there and goes, get the fucking elephant! And then he's gonna fire 2 shots at the shark making its way towards you. Oh my god! Both of those miss! What the fuck is happening? I've never had such bad luck in my life! This is karma.
Really
this is really karma. I think he's so ashamed of himself for calling on the elephant that he just, like, misses. But the shark that just swallowed you, Ruby, does take a d6 of necrotic damage from his hex. Nadette, you are up next.
Amazing. So hearing my brother yell elephant at me underwater,
Mhm.
I think Nadette is so, like, can't believe that, like, that's actually what he said.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, that sounded like elephant. Dandelion would be great here, like, almost has a thought independently of, like, it. And so I think we'll pull the pendant out and just, like, smash it against the wall that her back is to. And elephants are great swimmers. Just so everyone knows, elephant, they're really good at swimming. So I'm gonna smash Dandelion against the wall and then just, like, point her towards Tennant, just, like, listen to whatever he has to say. And then, then I would like to kind of push off from the wall and try swinging my great axe at whichever one is closest to me. Okay, that is a 16 plus 8 for a 22, right?
Yep, that hits.
22, 21, 23 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Yes! Ah!
The dad's just fucking knocking these things down.
I think what's happening is Nadette is like, there's so much going on. She's like gonna propose to her girlfriend later, and so I think there's like, and like my, like Reva's here, my moms are here, they're watching me. Like there's no way I can whiff this in front of them, and also like I just need to get this done so I can dry off and get hot and get ready for the proposal. Like that's what it is. So it's just like, get out of here. So just like slams the axe down on this thing's head, and I think kind of it goes so far in that it like takes her a second to like rip it back up, and just like chunks of and viscera sprays out as it goes down. And then is the other one within 15 feet of me? Because I have another attack.
It's not, I'm afraid.
Damn it. Okay, then I think is just gonna like kick off of that one's corpse as it's falling through the water. Gonna look at Reva and try and get the attention and just go like, that's two, baby. And I'm gonna use all the movement I can to get as close to the next one as possible. And as a bonus action, then I would like to just shoot a Bardic Inspiration to Ruby as a thank you. Do you have a D6, Ruby?
Beautiful. Nadette, as you push past and you start swimming towards this final shark, you swim past the podium. Can you make me a final perception check, please?
Yes. Do it with advantage. Okay.
That is a 17 plus 4 for a 21.
So, you're swimming past the podium. You're kind of like, maybe something in the back of your mind is like, what was that rumbling earlier? And you look to kind of like double check, like to see, like, was there like another another shark that came out of the wall? Nothing around there, but your eyes are drawn to a light source. Not the one that you are familiar with, you know, from the sharks and their kind of like the anglerfish like baubles, but a red glow similar to the kind of like almost red glow that the egg is giving off up above you. You see down at the very, very bottom on the new floor of this chamber, kind of like, I think you can just see that that's where the light source is emanating from. I don't think you can make out the details of like where this is or where it's coming from.
Okay.
So would you like to keep going towards the shark or towards...
I think it's a second where she's like, I could do all three of them, but like I'll let my family have a turn, and then adjust course to swim down deeper to investigate what's going on down there.
So what you see at the bottom of this tall tower, an alcove has opened up to create a hollow in the center of it, and inside that alcove at the bottom, glowing this red light, is a teleportation circle. And that is what you see. Rose, it is your turn with Ruby's evil fish up on deck.
Yeah, I think that Rose has half turned over her shoulder to say something to Reva and just watches Reva dive in and just okay, yep. And then I think has a full half a second where she just looks down in the pit and kind of processes what she's about to do and just fuck, the one day I wear jeans, fuck. And then just sort of pulls her hair back, does the best she can to secure it, and then just sort of has a moment of, if I don't do this right now, it's not gonna happen. And with a small embarrassed shriek, I'm gonna jump in. I'm just gonna fucking jump in. And I think as I do, I'm gonna go, coming in! Just so I don't land on anyone, because I feel like that's the worst thing when you're in a pool and you go down a slide and then there's someone at the bottom of the slide. You know what I mean? You don't want to crush anybody. Yeah, I'm gonna... Do I hit the water in one turn? How long is this fall?
It's a 60-foot drop.
So probably, right?
but like I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like say that like that's your movement because you're just like you're falling with style, like.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Then I will kind of hit the water, pop back up. Cold. And then trying to kind of get my bearings. Can I see this other fish?
It's under the water. You have dark vision.
I do.
And I think because you haven't really like seen how these fish operate in person yet, you can see the dancing lights. You're not quite sure what they're attached to. These things are motionless and pretty much invisible aside from the lights when they are kind of like not actively attacking you. So you kind of see some dancing lights. You're not sure what they are though.
Okay. Then do I land anywhere remotely near Tenant?
Tenant's by the podium, so it with and now a fucking elephant I think is currently hoisting him onto its back. He's going no. So that's the scene you see on the other side of the podium. Yeah.
I think that Rose is desperately trying to process what the fuck is happening and is not quite able to process at this exact moment. So I think treading water, I will use my action to just cast Mage Armor on myself.
Sure.
And I think like this sort of like shimmering kind of blue-toned coral just like covers her body. And I think that is just going to be my turn because I don't think Rose has any fucking idea what's happening or where to fire anything at anything. And so I think instead just whoever is remotely close will just turn to go, sorry, because someone just, what's happening? Exactly, point and I'll fire something.
You hear Tenant go, fish! And point at the dancing lights.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Then I'll cast Mage Armor and just be ready to hit the fish.
Okay. It is the fish's turn. Rodella, where are you?
Well, I Misty stepped right next to it, but then
You did.
Ruby shot out of it and it went 10 feet further. Also, I don't know which one Nadette took out. Was it the other one?
It was the other one.
Okay, so I'm about 10 feet away from this.
Okay, so I think it's gonna attack you. Yeah, that's 18 plus 8. So I imagine that hits.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I keep getting there.
You know what? I'll Silvery Barbs. Reroll that,
Oh, okay.
please. And I'll give you the advantage.
That's a
TT.
2.
Okay.
So that misses.
Hey!
Nice. So yeah, what does your silvery barbs like look like as this thing looks as if it's literally just about to? Oh, actually, you can't see it. I think you. What does your silvery barbs look like? You can't see what you're doing it for, but I think you kind of like see these like lights kind of like make a sudden sharp movement, and then a fin kind of like arcs up out of the water.
Yeah, I think that Rose, like, Tenant points and says fish, and Rose, like, turns to find a fish right as, like, that fin approaches Rodella, and I think, like, as Rose's eyes widen, they turn, like, this sort of churning blue silver of the sea, and just, like, as if to just sort of push it off course, I think the tides, like, turn on this fish for a moment, and just, like, veer it out of the way.
Yeah, this gaping maw, like, literally looks like it's about to swallow you whole, Reva? Oh, Rodella. And then suddenly you see it, like, tumble and do, like, a full kind of, like, body roll out of the way as the kind of currents swarm up around you and knock it sideways. And that's its turn. It is Rodella's turn with Reva up on deck.
Yeah, I think Rodella, her heart is racing again, and I think she's having to fight against like everything in her not to run away, which is just such a bizarre feeling that she just has not had before. And so I think she just like calms down. And how far away is it from me now?
Like 10 foot maybe?
Okay, yeah, so I think she's gonna swim and just attack it with her greatsword.
Yeah.
So that is a 22 to
Yep.
hit. And then
You can do
for
that
the
twice.
second attack, 16. Is
That
it?
just hits. Yep.
Hey. So that is a 15 for the first, 15 for the second.
Okay.
I think, honestly, she's so jarred and so discombobulated at the moment. I think at this moment, like, her instinct is just to try and, like, once again, she had to use a verbal component, so she needs to get back to the surface. So
Okay.
I think
Would you make me a perception check though?
still not great. 12.
I think the only thing I can give you is that you see Nadette change course and start moving down towards the bottom. You don't know quite sure why. It's on the other side of the podium, but you see her kind of like, I think you can tell insightfully that like something has caught her attention down there.
Okay, then I'm not going to move because then it has an opportunity attack, but I will stay where I'm at.
Okay. Riva, it is your turn next with Ruby up on deck.
Okay. I would like to pitch the sort of like, Riva has dove down. I think she's unsheathed both daggers, so like they're piercing the water. And I think she's plunging into the water like a kingfisher. And I would like to pitch, I know we haven't established swim speed, but I would like to pitch a dive speed here to be able to make it 30 feet underwater towards the shark.
I think that's sick as fuck.
That's reasonable.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
Great, fantastic. So I think she's plunging in, diving in, daggers out, like towards that shark that's 30 feet underwater. And I think it's just like out of nowhere, just like plunging through, like air bubbles like flowing down, just like sneak attack on that shark.
Yeah, make your attacks.
Bradella just watching you flying at them with daggers.
I want to add the Bardic Inspiration from Rose, and what's that dice?
That's a D10.
It's a D10. Awesome. 28 plus 8 is 36. I think that hits.
Let me think. Probably,
Let's
yeah,
go.
we'll just say yeah.
And then I will roll my sneak attack damage. That's going to be 40 damage.
Okay. So you slice through not just the air, but through the water itself, and then your two daggers plunge into either side of this thing's head, I think with such ferocity that a couple of its kind of like bulbous kind of like tendrils with the lights on the end get sheared off entirely and just go spiraling away into the water, their lights kind of flickering out and dying. What else do you do, if anything?
I think I want to use my bonus action to look over to Bradella just to smirk a little bit. And I think that's going to end my round.
Beautiful! Ruby, it is your turn next with Tennant up on deck.
Hello. I am at the surface of the water. I'm looking up at those. Remind me how far from where I am we said
like
those
90
carvings
feet
were?
above you.
90 feet. Okay. I cannot get there with a dash in this round in my current form. I think that Ruby starts to realize this as she kind of gets out of the water and grabs onto her cloak. She thinks, fuck, I need to be faster. And so I'm going to use my action to turn into a crow and then dash. Crows have a 50-foot fly speed. So I'm going to dash. And I think a wet bird once again.
Just slaps against the stone wall and just slides. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, does that do anything?
This is so stupid.
It's the only way I can get there fast enough in one round. This is all I have.
No, that's beautiful. I think you
Mhm.
slap against the stone wall with such force that, like, both the wetness of, like, your little feathered body and the velocity at which you arrived at this surface blasters you against the wall. And then suddenly, a jet of water hits you from behind as Tennant instructs Daffodil, the elephant, to spray the wall with water. And you are blasted off. And you spiral down, and I think he reaches out and catches you, and you land in a wet thud in his hand. And he just looks at you and shakes his head.
Bite his hand.
You watch as the beaks on these engravings, one by one, start to snap shut. And you start to hear a whooshing as the water starts the process of draining away. This is going to take a little while for this ritual to finish. But I'm just gonna say that was Tennant's turn because that was insane. Nadette, you are up next, and as you don't see kind of like the engraving at the very top of this room snap shut, but you feel the currents in the water around you start to shift and change, and I think you start to feel like the pull of water being sucked back into those chambers, and in front of you, you see that alcove shut, and that teleportation circle disappear.
Okay, I think Nadette is gonna bonus action dismiss the rage. I think has just been swimming. I will put the axe in the sheath and then is going to cast silent image of herself as far up as I can, which I can get up to 60 feet. And it's just a silent image of herself, but very clearly not Nadette, Uncanny Valley Nadette, boobs even bigger, that zit she had that morning, gone, and it's just an image of Nadette, beckoning downward, saying, I need you, I need you, I need you, above to hopefully get her family to come down, because she can't message, she can't talk, but man, she can do some illusions about it.
Smart. And
then I think we'll just use the rest of the turn to investigate and see if there's any way she could get that back open.
Yeah, make an investigation check. I would actually say you can make an investigation or you can make an arcana.
It's the same either way. It'd be a 14 no matter what.
Okay, with a 14, I think the main thing you get is the sheer, concentration of the magic radiating off of this spot. It almost makes, how the air would feel staticky around you? I think it makes the water around you feel a little bit charged. And you just, even now that the alcove has shut and that teleportation circle has disappeared, you could, if you put a hand to the stone, you could almost feel it vibrating with this potent magical energy, and you feel by the second that energy dull and dull and dull, and it feels as if all around you, the magic of this room, whatever was fueling this magic, is starting to fade away.
I think Nadette just, I'm not the magic guy in this family, and just, looks up like someone who knows more about magic. Get down here quick, please! But can't do anything about it, so is just gonna wait there for the family.
Okay. Rose, you are up next. Fish is on deck.
Yeah, I think Rose kind of starting to get their bearings a little bit more and starting to push past the thrum of panic of just being this far underground. Processes, okay, there's a fish in here, but that feels weird, and I saw another one that ate Ruby, but it's not here anymore. Can I make some kind of check to see if I can tell, if these fish are being summoned magically, and if so, from where in this chamber?
Sure.
What kind of check? It's probably a fail, but you never know.
An arcana check, I guess?
Slay.
You could try to figure out whether these are... Oh, do you have no fucking idea?
Slay. Okay, cool.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Then yeah, I think Rose will... Seeing Uncanny Valley Nadette, and I feel like I can just clock that as magic on account of...
Yeah.
This feels like a very Nadette thing to do.
Nadette's kind of doing a mind box thing of
I think at after a certain
those
point,
guys on the motorway with the signs.
Yeah.
It's the airport,
Incredible.
light things, is doing that. Get down here, please. Yeah.
I will clock that, and I think just blink at it for a minute, and then I will just take a very full breath and try to swim down and see what the fuck is happening.
Okay. I'd say you can. You're at the top of the water. It's probably okay, so the water's actively lowering, so I would say with the rest of your movement you can get down to where Nadette is, as this water is being siphoned away back into the chambers on the side of the wall.
Okay. I'll swim down there and just kind of look at Nadette and just...
Pointing at the wall, slamming my hand on it.
You just
Like,
see
do
an
something!
entirely smooth
Sure.
wall of a podium.
Just like looks at the wall and looks at you.
And then just like, if I can be, just like some like thaumaturgy sparkles in the hand, like, there's magic! Do something!
Kind of a shot in the dark here, but I think Rose, like, staring at you a little bit like you're insane, will just, like, reach out and put a hand on the wall, and can I cast Dispel Magic at 3rd level?
You can, yeah.
Anything?
No!
Just, like, looks at you with, like, a, well, that's the thing that I did for the next 6 seconds kind of expression. And yeah, I think that's kind of all I can do. Does Nadette look hurt in any way?
Nadette has taken 4 points of damage. She maybe has
Okay.
a cut lip. She's fine.
Okay, then I will not heal wounds. Yeah, I'll just kind of like pull my hand away, and I think like I'm not gonna swim to the top yet because I have a second, but I'm just gonna kind of look at you with like a, did you hit your head kind of expression.
Nadette is making a mental note to like get a bunch of scrolls of message. Like,
Sure.
God!
The thing is, I have message, but it's in action, which is stupid and bad.
Guess
So,
we'll
yeah.
never know.
We'll never
No
know.
one will ever know what Nadette saw
No
down
one
there.
will ever know. While I'm down here, do I clock the giant fish at least? Do I see the giant hulking thing in the vicinity? Like the shadow of it at least?
I think you see the shadow of it, yeah, and I think
Okay,
you see the
cool.
shadow of Reva kind of sat on its head with like...
Incredible.
Probably
Yeah.
the trail of bubbles plunging
Yeah.
downwards.
Sure. Cool.
Is that your turn, Rose?
That was my action. So
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Reva. Nope. It is the fish's turn. So Reva, the fish you are currently kind of like sat kind of shish kebabbing right now. I think starts to like thrash its head back from side to side in an effort to dislodge you, and starts to use its movement to swim back to one of the. You see now, Reva, for the first time, a large chamber in one of these side walls as it starts to try and make its way over there. It's going to make an attack at you at disadvantage. Does a 22 hit?
I think it does, but something that I want to double check with you is how close is Rodella? Because I know we are all in this sort of like fray
Can I
together.
do an opportunity attack?
Well,
Yes, you can.
actually,
Oh,
what I was going to do is if I'm targeted by the shark, could I use my reaction misdirection to use my reaction to have the attack target?
Your wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, what does that look like? As this thing tries to like swallow you whole, and you kind of lever the grip you have via your daggers to kind of like direct it over towards your wife instead.
I think that's exactly what that is. It's sort of like an underwater
Cool.
maneuver.
Okay, cool. So, Rodella, you take 25 points of piercing damage, and you are swallowed whole at the direction of
So I guess it was
of your
coming at me,
wife.
so I didn't have a chance to like opportunity attack.
No, you
Okay,
don't.
got it. I think as this is happening, you see Rodella, like, as you shift the fish and like send it towards Rodella, you see Rodella like give you a look that's just this like look of resignation. Like there's this like moment of shock, and then it's like, oh wait, this is standard.
Yeah, and then immediately, Reva, you watch it swallow your wife, and then immediately back off, and again start beelining towards that chamber in the wall. It's Rodella's turn now. I just wasn't expecting that.
TT, I love you. I'm so sorry. Also, like, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, this makes perfect sense. Rodella was a long time ago my bodyguard.
No, I feel like this is a very common tactic in their fighting, which, Rodella takes the hits, and even when Reva is not the one directing the hits, Rodella's usually the one taking them anyway.
Sure.
But at the moment, Rodella's so freaked out that what would normally be a totally normal, like, scenario for the two of them, you just watched Rodella's face, like, disappear in, like, pure terror.
And And there's confusion across mine, like, what? Wait a minute. Oh god.
So yeah, I think Ridella's stuck again. So I'm just gonna start. I think she just like is frantic at this point. So I think she's just gonna start flailing. Yeah. So I'm gonna
Make your attacks at disadvantage, please.
TT, if you haven't used it yet, remember one of those should have advantage from Silvery Barbs.
Okay, so one of them is just flat.
Okay. Okay. So the first one, that's flat. I got an at 20, so that's 30 to hit. And then the second one was a 23.
Yeah, both of those hit. Please roll max damage and then roll again for your nat 20.
24.
Okay, I'm gonna say, just tell me how you kill this thing.
Got it. Okay.
I won't make you do that.
So yeah, I think as Ridella's sitting in the stomach of this thing, which has been roasted and all kinds of stuff, and she can just like just so much gross around her, and just feeling so completely and utterly overwhelmed. Ridella just starts thrashing it. I think she just starts hacking and just
anyone watching this, you see this last final giant angler shark monstrosity swallow your mother and start swimming towards this chamber in the wall, and you see it along with these kind of like rushing like water. It disappears inside the chamber, and for a moment you think, oh my fucking god, where's mom gone? And then there's this rip of like explosion of viscera and chunks of shark as it kind of like explodes out of the chamber, and Ridella propels herself backwards out of this chamber just as the door to all 3 chambers on the walls close, and the water continues to drain, and you see Nadette and Rose at the bottom of this chamber. This floor is now rising back up again. It is completely covered where that alcove was, Nadette, as this room slowly over the next minute returns to its original state. The seawater drains away. You are left with a sopping wet stone floor covered in a carpet of blood and guts and fish organs. You are all soaked through to the bone and shivering, and the last thing to go out is that golden egg as it pulses for one last time. And everything is still.
Nadette takes a big breath. Teleportation circle. There's a teleportation circle down there behind the wall in an alcove. I saw it glowed, then y'all did something, and I think goes and like gives Dandelion its trunk a big hug and like pet while she's talking. It's like, I don't.
Cannon sat on the back of this elephant like 10 foot up, just cradling Crow Ruby in his hands, just like, I think a little bit shell-shocked.
Ridella is shaking, and I think she like drops to all fours, like her hand like shaking drops the sword, and she drops to all fours and just like vomits up seawater, because she had no breath left and was just drowning, and so she's just vomiting up seawater, and just like full body trembles, just like shivers going through her.
And I think I'm rushing I'm rushing over to Ridella just to like rub your back and just like pat your back to like get it all out.
Hold my hair back.
I was thinking about it, but I remember you have short hair.
You can smooth it back from her forehead.
I'm a bird. I'm just-
Yeah,
For the next
you
fucking
sure
hour.
are, kid. Tenant's looking down at you going, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Kind of like preening your feathers a little bit, kind of like trying to like you're just a big wet mound of feathers right now, so I think he's trying to kind of like wring you out.
I think that she is like ruffling her feathers and is just like, get
you know
the
when you
fuck
like
off
squeeze
me.
a kitten, when you like bar the kitten and you have to like
Yeah.
kind of squeeze the water. I think that's kind of like what
She is like wiggling. She is resisting. As soon as she gets out of his grip again, she's literally is like, she's doing something that I like. Y'all saw her do in human form like a few hours ago when she was conspiracy boarding, which is just this crow in his hands, pacing in little circles, and periodically like throwing its feathers in the air and being like, just like just talking completely to itself. You know, just pissed off as fuck.
Nadette, can you tell Dandelion to let me down, please?
You can tell her.
No, I've spoken to this elephant once, and my pride won't let me do it again.
Well, too bad for you. I'm just gonna walk away to like go like check on the mothers.
Does speech of the woods still work when I'm also a creature? Because
What does
I'm
that
an animal.
mean? You can
It's
speak to yourself?
No, I want to talk to Dandelion and tell her to let us down.
Oh, you for sure can, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Dandelion immediately takes a knee, and I think Tennant kind of like slides off of her shoulder and kind of like stumbles onto the ground, kind of just like drops you onto the floor, like, what the fuck? And will immediately like rush over to Rose.
I think that Rose, in a very like chivalristic sort of, as like Tennant is coming off, will just sort of like extend a hand and try to like catch them under the elbow and steady him a little.
Flex the hand after.
Yeah. You get me, TT. You get me.
Yeah, you help your husband down from this elephant, and he just kind of looks at you. I think too weirded out and stunned to like be panicking anymore.
Sure. That's
And I think just like looks at you with wide eyes, and you see for the first time these gills either side of his neck slowly start to kind of like, you see him kind of like slap the side of his neck as if like a mosquito has landed there, and when his hand comes away those gills have disappeared, and he kind of like coughs up a bit of seawater, and it's just like, that was so fucking weird. I think I can swim now.
Okay. Yeah, that's new. The Hi.
Hey.
You okay?
Big fish.
I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry I scryed on you, by the way. I don't know if you could tell, but I didn't mean to freak you out. It was...
Oh, that's good. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I was being nosy and it actually paid off for once.
Yeah, I love it when you're nosy.
Good. Keep that in mind.
Big fish.
Big fish. Yeah. Kind of start, I think, like, surveying them up and down, looking for injuries.
It probably has like a chomp somewhere, but it's not very badly injured at all.
Sure.
Nadette, you're checking in on the moms. What do you do?
I think I didn't see what happened. I didn't see my mom steer a fish into my other mom. So I think I just kind of like kneels down next to Adela and like, you okay?
Yeah. I think Radella's just like shaking like a chihuahua on the ground. And I think after a minute, she kind of like slowly gets up, her leg just like creaking, and she kind of smooths her hair back. Teleportation circle?
Yeah, when Tennant and Dandelion did something up there, it started closing up, but in alcove down there was a red glowing teleportation circle, and I didn't want to pull a ruby and just go touch it, but by the time anyone else got down there, it was gone,
So indignant squawks.
Can someone do something about that? Kind of like nudges Crow Ruby with his foot.
I'm gonna bite him again.
Ow, what?
Nadette, what exactly did Tennant do? And I think while I ask that, I want to be using my tiefling sort of like flames, just like gently warm up Radella.
Oh.
I don't... Put water on something, I don't know, it was hard to see all the way
I
from
ended
down
the
there,
ritual. You know, because we were being eaten by big fish.
I wasn't. I was fine.
Good for you.
But I think if it had maybe... I don't know anything about magic, but I think if it had continued, because it felt like it was fading by the time I got down there, something might have come out of the summoning thing, or it might have been a doorway to somewhere. But so we could do it all again.
I think Rodella, like... yeah.
Crow Ruby
I think-
starts nodding furiously and flapping her little wings.
I think Rodella, like, holds up a hand and just kind of, like, looks around really quickly and looks over at Riva and just kind of says, let's not talk about it here. I think we need to figure out next steps. So, and I think she, like, looks around and, you know, I think it's starting to click a little bit that, like, okay, this might be the lair. This might be something. And I feel like she can probably see that reflected in most of the other expressions around her. So
Diana's like, let me at it!
so I think a little bit, like a little spark of that fear comes back, recalling the last time that they faced Molly. And I think she casts one more look around the space just to see if them disturbing this, is Molly there? Like, is Molly anywhere around them? Did she, like, sense us disturbing anything? Like, yeah.
Make a perception check.
I'm gonna use dice. I'm not.
Is my totem still up even though I'm a bird? I don't know how that works. It's not a spell. Okay.
Okay. That's a 12.
Wait, what does your totem do? Just give advantage?
Yeah, the one that I have, like, it gives advantage on all the creatures in the aura on perception checks.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, much better. Dirty 20. Dirty, nasty 20.
You remember when you came back down probably about half an hour ago now, and you checked to see if anything had been disturbed since the last time you were here? That mouthpiece of the engraving on the piece of rubble from the ceiling had been turned upside down into like a grim kind of like smile, and Ruby had kind of flipped it back. It's been flipped back up the right way, back into that eerie grin again. And I think that for now is where we're going to take our break. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to pick up right where we left off, down in the recently flooded chamber of the crypt below the Crowcolt estate, in the aftermath of this strange combat triggered by a ritual. What are you guys doing? What are you talking about?
I would love to, once I've ensured that my husband is not dying from big fish bite, walk over to Soggy Bird Ruby and just kind of in the least like patronizing way I can, we'll kind of squat down a little bit and just, hey, do you want to be debudded? Just sort of hold a hand out to you.
I think that, yeah, the bird does a big sigh, kind of ruffles her feathers again, trying to like shake off as much as possible. And I think kind of like very pointedly with her beak in the air, and she is not looking at you. Because I don't need this. If you guys want me to not be a bird anymore, yeah, that's fine. You can do it, whatever. But we'll kind of hop closer to her hand.
I don't think she really. I think she's all right. I can.
You think
I
so?
bite him again.
Ow! Fuck!
I think Rose has to resist every instinct that she has from just like her years on Crow Lane to like not like kind of very gently like smooth a finger along your wings or the top of your head, and will just like not really knowing how to like touch a crow in a way that isn't like, oh baby, we'll just kind of reach out and like very gently kind of tap you on the beak, and I will cast Dispel Magic at 4th level. I'm assuming Polymorph is 4th level, right? I'm assuming it's not higher than that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right, I deburred you.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, Ruby is just sitting on the floor, fucking soaking wet. And then as soon as she's not a bird anymore, kind of just like throws herself back so she's just laying on the floor.
Well, that was not. That was really clever of you.
Shut the fuck up. You know what? I try to do as much as I can for this family. You sicked an elephant on me today, and I'm gonna remember it.
You know what I'm gonna remember? I'm gonna remember that Nadette's elephant was more useful than you in that moment.
Go.
That is actually repaired
Fuck
all of
yourself.
it. I'm actually not even that bothered by the big fish.
You're not you weren't bothered by it? So I didn't hear like a scream that at a frequency only dogs can hear under the water.
You wouldn't have
Because,
heard
you
it
know,
'cause I
sound
was
does
underwater.
travel
No, it
underwater,
doesn't.
you know.
No.
It was like you
Nope.
were trying to echolocate. It was honestly kind of impressive.
Hilarious.
You sure that you're
you
not a druid?
look like a soggy, you know, in
Just stands and walks away with a sort of muttered like, okay, yeah, good job, Rose. Yeah, thank you. I think I did a good job.
Reaver Nadella, what are you talking about on the other side of this chamber?
Yeah, I think
You go ahead.
No, you. Yeah, I think Rodella kind of just looks still quite shaken and wants to just like get out at this point. And I think she starts, shakes off and starts heading towards the little ladder thing, and I think she calls back over her shoulder and just family meeting.
And I think I sort of echo, like, all right, everyone, up. Let's go. I'm done. And I think there's a little exasperation that I think you see sort of as she shoots an eye and like sort of meets like Rose's eyes. Like, okay, everything is fine, but also this is really fun, but also annoying.
Rose gives you an expression as like the bickering continues behind her of just like, I don't know, man. That's a thing that happened. And that's about all the energy I have for it.
Hearing that we're gonna go up, Nadette is just like petting Dandelion all over, like, you were such a good girl, you were so good. Thank you for saving us. You absolutely saved the day. You're so good.
Big rumbles, big shake of the head, the ears flapping around. Very pleased with herself.
And then I'll give her a big smooch on her trunk, and then we'll summon her back into the little figurine For her to rest, because she can't climb ladders. That is one thing elephants can't do.
just one of the things.
Yeah, they can do everything else, but they can't climb
Yeah, as
ladders.
we know. Yeah. So, all of you can kind of make your way out of this crypt.
I would love to just go over to amongst the
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you want an eyeball? You want a lung?
No,
What
I
do you
want one of the little glowy dangly bits. Can I have one of the
Oh
little...
yeah, sure. You can have a dangly
Yeah,
thing.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at one point is in the mid-argument with Tennant, it's just like, just hold on a minute, and goes over and very quickly, like, severs that thing and holds it up and goes, Sloane's gonna
Ew.
fucking love this.
Ew. Fucking gross. No. Put it down. Oh, it's looking at me.
Bella,
It's
look
like
a worm.
Does it continue to glow when it's severed?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
I immediately starts climbing this ladder. The fastest the Tennant has ever climbed anything.
I think once Ruby gets to the top with the dangly thing, Nadette looks at it and is like, we could probably, like, inject it full of neon. So that it's like a light bulb.
Why?
To make it glow again.
Disco ball.
As opposed
Yeah.
to a light bulb. Like an actual light bulb.
Well, I don't know if a light bulb will fit. It's just
Fit
an idea.
Fit where? What? Okay. Alright.
Like fluorescent. Like a sign. The stuff that makes them glow in signs.
Okay. Yes, I know what, like,
Put it
neon
in the
is. I'm
thing.
just really confused. But again, why? When you have... I'm not having this argument. Okay, we're
So it'll glow
We're doing a family meeting.
again!
It'll glow... Okay. Do you want to hold it? You're kind of taking a lot of interest in... Is that what this is about? Okay, fine.
It was a passing idea and you're making a big deal out of this. God.
Okay. Are we having
Plus,
a family
I already
meeting
killed
or
2 of
not?
them,
Where are we
so...
having a family... It was impressive. Yeah, good job.
Ridella's plowing on ahead. Ridella got to the top and just kept walking.
Where are you walking?
I think probably back to the cottage, being aware that Rose and Riva are here, and I'm sure she's like, they've probably got somebody, but we should probably go back and check on the kids. And so I was heading back to the cottage, and I think as she's walking, sloshing along, was kind of plowing ahead, I think kind of one of her shaking hands reaches into her pocket and she pulls out little Henry just to check on him.
Yeah, I don't think you see anything immediately. I think Henry only really materializes here when he's called.
Okay. I think she taps the glass a little bit.
After a couple seconds, a brown eye appears, a little bit of that natural kind of Henry-esque panic in there. Hello?
I think a little bit of her feels relieved that, okay, he wasn't there for all of that. And I think she just kind of smiles down at him, dripping.
Oh, you're soaking wet.
I had a quick question for you.
Yes.
How is she watching us?
Well, with the birds.
Okay. So, all right.
And well, once upon a time with Wallow, but they're quite too big to really hide now.
Right. I think she scans the trees. Pretty quick. Do I see anything? Do I see any birds?
Make a perception check.
Any birds that aren't our birds? Okay, that's a 16.
You see a lot of birds. Crowlane and Dorithium in general is constantly blanketed with birds. It's not unusual to see, birds that aren't your own.
Yeah.
In these trees. So I think maybe you could identify one or two that you recognize as one of your flock, but there are many others that you recognize that aren't, and you don't know if you're able to really differentiate.
Okay. I think her skin crawls a little bit. And I think she just looks down at Henry again and is just like, "How are you?"
I'm alright. Are you? Did you go? I assume you didn't go for a swim.
No.
What happened?
We found it.
I think his eye widens a little bit. You did?
Mm.
Good.
I don't think we're quite ready, but at least we know.
Yes. Good. Be careful.
Yeah. I think she glances back over her shoulder to see if the rest of the family's following.
Yeah, definitely.
If I may also add, I think on your 16 perception, you don't notice like Reva's sort of like disapproving frown as you're like talking to Henry in the mirror.
Okay. Yeah, I think she just kind of like glances back and just takes a deep breath and goes, "We'll get you out. We're getting closer."
Well, if you need anything, I know I'm not much help, but
You've been very helpful. I think Rodella doesn't really like... It's like she has the urge to like sit in an armchair across from him and just like talk.
yeah.
But they can't do that. Things are strange. And, you know, I think she just kind of like gives him a sad smile and then back in the pocket.
It's quite cozy.
Well, see you soon.
All right.
And I think she just puts it back in her pocket.
Okay.
Pocket full of Henry.
Uh-huh. Rodella, where are you? Are you going back to the cottage?
Yeah.
Yeah, as you approach the cottage, I think what you see is the front door is like a little bit ajar, and you hear kind of like evil child cackling coming from inside.
Okay. Walks in.
Before you will see as you enter the cottage again, you see Ember, the groundskeeper, sitting sitting on the floor in the middle of the kitchen, with several kind of like branches and flowers kind of like sticking out at all angles, from not just their hair but like kind of like down their sleeves as well, almost like scarecrow like, you know how like straw is kind of coming out of like their clothes. Emma kind of looks like a stuffed scarecrow, only it looks like a lot of weeds have been kind of dug up from the garden and have just kind of turned Ember into like a makeshift tiefling / bush, and the kids just look to be having a really, really good time. I think Naomi is kind of like doing the kind of toddler thing where she's like just about like ready to walk, so she's kind of got her hands braced against Ember's knee and she's kind of like bouncing up and down with like her little legs kind of bouncing up and down. And the other two twins are just like very painstakingly putting the finishing touches to the hair. And Ember immediately, as you walk through the door, kind of goes, "Great! Hi! Hey, folks! Okay!" Stands up, takes like Naomi, goes, "Yep. Who's that? Yeah. What?" Kind of shoves Naomi at you, Rodella. "Cool. Thanks. Thank you, kind of like tearing the things. And Elowen and Aspen go, no, why? No! Literally just weaves in and out of you as quickly as she can. I think comes face to face with you, Ruby, in the doorway and goes,
Just run. Run.
Not a word.
It's fine.
Not a word.
Run. I'm sorry. Go. Just go.
And flees.
I think Rose will look over her shoulder, Ruby, just, I like her.
Why would you do that?
Oh, I'm sorry if I grabbed the wrong single person
Everyone
around to watch
in
my
this
children
family-
and I was rushing to make sure
You
you
people
weren't
all
eaten
want
by
me to
giant
stay
fish,
single
Ruby.
forever. Is that it? Is that the
Yes,
is that
you
the
have
thing?
a girlfriend. Just like reaches out and like squeezes your arm a little bit.
Oh my god.
Amber's your girlfriend?
No.
Sorry.
Ew! Auntie Ruby has a girlfriend. Ew! Tara just covers his mouth.
It's not appropriate.
Are you getting married?
Why would you tormented that poor woman in a way that is
You
perfectly
did?
fine for you to torment me and your aunt, but it's not okay to torture someone.
She
We
said it
don't
was
know.
okay.
Like, is having a moment of like, I'm so fucking mad, but I'm not mad at this child. I'm mad at the other adults around me, who have put
Ellen
me in this
blinks up
situation.
at you underneath her eyelashes and goes, "Do you love her?"
I think is just standing and staring at her.
Anyway.
I think immediately goes and does like literally like the less fucked up version of a trick that she did to Tenet before, and like Druid crafts a little flower that comes out of her ear, and oh, you lost this.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Cool. That's my magic trick for the day. Were we having a family meeting? What's happening? Because I would love to talk
Ruby
about
and
literally anything
Amber
else.
sitting in the tree.
Nope.
Yeah, it kind of like trails off as they kind of like dance along into their bedroom, making themselves scarce. Naomi in your arms, Rodella is still doing the kind of like the wiggle, like she just desperately wants to be set free.
I think Rodella's just holding her. And glances over at Rose and Tennant.
Okay.
Well, I think Rodella's looking at everyone except for Reva right now. And I think she just kind of like addresses the room. And she's gonna start speaking in Crow's Cant. We need to have a conversation. We shouldn't have it in the open. If we're gonna figure out next steps. Any suggestions?
Respond in Crow's Cant. Like, we need to figure out what's going on down in that crypt, but first we need to get there so I could get some of our crew to dig it out. While we work on other things.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing anybody else come up with any solutions. Would you all like to come into my tree?
What?
Rodella goes a little pale, remembering the last time they were in the little treehouse.
Hey, it was normal till it wasn't. I think, yeah, glancing at Rodella, I mean, Henry didn't seem to be able to see us while we were in there. It's a pocket dimension. I see no reason why she would be able to see us.
All right.
I think
Yep,
you
okay.
see. I think you see a grin, a little like mischievous grin come over Reva's face, and I kind of look over you and like, should we call back Ember to look after the kids?
Anyone else? Please. I know, contrary to the fact that I would like to someday maybe move out and have something resembling No, you know what? No, I'm not having this conversation. You're right. If you want to have somebody watch your kids, that's fine. I'm gonna go
It's
outside.
fine. If we're in the
and
house, if
set
we're
up.
in the house, it's fine.
In the house? In here? Okay, sure. Whatever you say.
Tenant, are you sure you wouldn't feel more secure with someone else watching?
Ruby's staring daggers at him, and it's like, don't you fucking dare.
I think he like looks between you two and then gives Ruby a little bit of a look of like, in our entire lives, when it's between you and our mother, whose side have I always been on? And goes, no, I think we're good.
Okay. Cool.
And,
All right.
I think the tenant goes around, like, starts putting together like a kid's snack plate that will absolutely keep them occupied for the next 30 minutes before whilst you set up this spell.
Well, that's happening. I think Nadette is just going around, like, prestidigitating everyone dry, like, chunk by chunk. Like, I'm not sitting in close proximity with you all while you're all soaking wet. That's sensory nightmare. So it's just, like, making the rounds, drying everybody off.
Yep. I think that Ruby is kind of, like, not waiting for before Nadette dries her off, is gonna kind of just like flop on the couch in the living room, and takes like a length of rope off of her belt and starts just like tying this knot. That it like honestly it kind of looks like she's doing like a cat's cradle kind of thing, but with just this like massive like length of rope, and then says, "Okay, I could go. I'm not gonna make it go 8 feet in the air. That's stupid." And kind of just tosses it up into the air, and it vanishes like 4 feet off the ground. Okay. After you all.
Tenant comes back out from the kid's bedroom. All right, strict instructions to stay in their room. Let's go.
Cool.
Right.
And you all climb up into this little like extra
I'm trying to like
dimensional
put
little
it.
space.
I try to like put it low enough so like you could like get under and then just like stand up in it. Because I don't want to make our present company climb. I don't want to make that happen.
Very sweet of you.
Yeah.
Am I still holding Naomi?
Yeah.
You could bring the baby.
I was gonna say, can I like get a vibe on Verdella? Is this like a I'm holding something solid and that's comforting and grounding for me in this moment, or is this like a I'm holding someone else's baby?
It's very much. Let me hold the baby.
Okay, cool.
Naomi is like grabbing a fistful of like your grey, kind of like still slightly damp hair, Rodella, and going da 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 da. And Tanner turns around and goes, "Are you fucking serious?" And yeah, you can all make your way up into this little pocket dimension. What does it look like in here?
Oh God, I don't think.
Does it look like the inside of a treehouse?
I kind of think so. Here's the thing: the spell says that this space ceases to exist in between castings. I think it's fun if it's a treehouse.
Yeah,
you know.
Invisible
So
treehouse space.
yeah, I think it's a little bit weird because the walls of it are like translucent, so you can very clearly like see out at every angle.
Okay.
But I think that they're like, yeah, I think it's really weird because like Ruby's bedroom is pretty, like she keeps it pretty Spartan. You know, like most of the time when she remembers, like the bed is always made very simply. There are not a lot of like, other than just her gear, there are not like a lot of personal effects kind of kept out and about, like laying out in her bedroom. But I think in here, like, there's like a beanbag chair in the corner. There's like a pile of blankets kind of thrown in pillows and almost like kind of like arranged like a nest. There is a little, it's just like a pile of like little like bags of snacks and things. Like this is some place that she's like come to like make herself comfortable during a stakeout, but also, like she very clearly comes to relax here. I think that she very quickly like shoves kind of behind her or like underneath the beanbag like an old stuffed animal that I don't think anybody's seen since she was a kid that y'all probably thought she like got rid of or something, but it's like no, it made its way. Yeah, that's it. Anyway,
So we're all
this is my
thinking the same
nest.
thing, right?
That it's very cool and awesome and convenient that I can do this.
Yeah. The crypt is.
I think we can safely say we're all continuing to speak in Crow's Kid.
Oh yeah. The crypt is a shortcut.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if the teleportation circle works like others in the future, we can maybe take the fight to Molly instead of her coming to us. Might be in our advantage. Surprise.
Okay. And you think, kind of like looks at Ruby, you think that's what Bernadette was directing you towards about the ink and stuff?
I can't think of anything else she might have meant.
Makes
Okay.
sense. Wow.
Well, Nadette's right. Our
Yes.
first order of business still needs to be trying to free those things down there, and
We can.
sending a crew to start digging, I think, would be the best move.
Yeah. Excavation team.
Right. If the
I
solution...
feel like Molly's eyes are usually on us, so.
I think Tennant pulls out his holo transmitter and just does a brief glance at Reva. It's like a small kind of like check-in, but he's about to like start firing orders out via his phone.
I think I just give a slight nod, and then I turn my attention back to. I think it's split in different places because I think internally what I'm thinking about is. I think expectations for report outs professionally and how I would like bug Nadette next time to give me more details with less words as sort of like a standard operating practice. And then also just thinking through the sort of like what's going on with Rodella. And then also I think a little bit of like I think it's sort of attention is split I think equally amongst everybody. The sort of like I think is this the first time I've been here in the Rope Trick Treehouse? I think it
100%. Prior to Ruby using, like, out of necessity using it with Rodella, I don't even know how many people in the family know that she can do this.
Okay. So I think the intention is also split, I think, on this space. And I think just the coziness and sort of like I think there's a striking sort of like lost in nostalgia moment of like Reva remembering being a kid and building little crate forts. And just this sort of like, well, this is cute. Like, you know, little we can make a little fort out of this. And I think she sits in like one of the bean bag and is confused about why it's lumpy and sort of like reaches under it to feel something and just like lets it be.
I think Ruby is just watching that happen with the end. Like when your mom comes into your room and starts touching all your shit, and it's like, it's like I can't make you get out because this is your house, but also, and I think just no, go ahead.
No, I think there's moments I wanted to roll to be like how much, because I know exactly what you mean. The sort of like, oh, this is your place, sort of like energy that's coming through. I rolled a 1 on the dice. Just
When your mom sees your first apartment and is like, oh,
Yeah.
you live like this?
And it's just like, oh, okay, like there's some cute things here, but this is a choice. you know, and
I mean, there's so much dirt. She's never swept in here, and she's tracking her fucking muddy boots all over.
there's a moment
I think
where,
that there's
like, even in this magical
ahead.
space, I, like, run a finger along a ledge.
There's so much dust. There's so much. Like 1/4 inch thick.
Ugh. Nadette is standing perfectly in the middle of the room, not touching anything, like reapplying makeup. Like, ugh, God, it's gross.
Tenant leans back against like a invisible wall and immediately starts texting.
If we're at all worried about the cave-in and how far that went, I can try to scry in there as well. Just sort of get a glimpse at how bad the damage is.
Yeah, I think it's a good move.
Please do, and thank you.
Yeah. I think looks genuinely startled at being thanked by you, Riva. Just is not used to it yet. And just, yeah, of course. Sure. And then I think gives Tenant a little bit of a "what the fuck was that" kind of expression.
Tenant can only do if he's texting,
Real.
cannot do anything else.
So real, actually.
That's so real.
You see him like mouthing words as he texts.
Riva, Redella's still kind of avoiding your gaze, and if you want to make an insight check, feel free.
I will roll an insight. I'm trying to figure out how petulant I am right now. Because it's like, I rolled a 27.
All right. So,
I feel genuinely annoyed. I'm like, okay, this has been like one. I think there's if we flash back, like there's a little bit of concern and worry over the fact that like we scried on all of you and y'all got into this ridiculous mess. I think there was this moment of like wishing that like I don't know what the right feeling is. It's like I'm really annoyed that we had to like we felt the need to scry and then we're vindicated. If that makes sense. Like, it's sort of like it would have been so much better if we had scried, or like if Rose had scried and nothing bad would have happened. Like, I could have enjoyed the rest of my evening. Like, yes, I've got feelings to process right now, but I'm not feeling good about them, and I really enjoyed having sister time and smoking that lovely, lovely joint, but now that high is wasted and I'm full of anxiety and this is terrible, and now you have your ex-husband in a mirror and are just like whispering to them and checking up on them after we kind of just like dove in to save your fucking ass? Okay. That is what's going on in the silence.
which Redella sees none of.
But I think
But
it's
what
very
you
much
see-
felt by everyone around you.
But what you see with a fucking 27 is that Redella is avoiding your gaze purely out of shame. And there is, if you think back about like what's just transpired, and I think you recall that look of like fear as she was swallowed. And so, yeah, the very blatant avoidance is purely coming out of like a deep, deep sense of shame.
I think Tenant's like texting, and this silence has stretched on for too long that I think it kind of twigs them out of like their message, and they kind of look up expecting everyone to kind of, when you're texting and then something you can tell everyone's silent and you look up expecting to see everyone staring at you, but I think looks up to see most people kind of like flicking their gaze between like you two and goes, what the fuck? What is this energy?
Okay, do we have anything else that we need to talk about, like family meeting wise? Because
Yeah,
I
I thought you guys were like gonna be like halfway into a plan by now.
I mean, I think the plan is get down there. Is scry, send a crew, get down there. Fucking, I don't know, melt away all that gold bullshit with some daylight, and then we move on with our day.
Okay, and what if the daylight doesn't work?
Then we figure something else out.
On the fly?
I guess so.
I mean, to be fair, that is when we do our best work.
Okay, and how do we do all of that without, her being tipped off that we're doing it and coming and killing us all?
That's a really great question.
We can take a bit of the gold and bring it up and maybe bring it under natural daylight. Just to see what happens.
I could... What, Rose? You had an idea?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's sort of a... I think Rose now is very pointedly not looking at Tennant and trying to make it look casual. I mean, I could... First of all, I will say, I think bringing one up in the daylight is not a bad idea, but I think that we need to be prepared to move, because if it works and she, feels it release, she might come for us, and if we're not ready to do it with the rest of them, I think it might be a problem. But anyway, I could technically... I have this spell that lets me pop into people's dreams, and I could sort of try to goad her into a conversation and distract. Maybe? Possibly.
Do kids dream?
Great question.
Do they sleep?
Who's to say? One way to find out when you think about it, really.
Okay.
I could also just send her a really bitchy sending to try and make her do
We
it.
could.
Or what if
Do
we
that.
tell Henry to tell her exactly what we're going to do and pass that along? Because if Henry is telling her what we're doing, she's going to assume that he's lying to her to throw her off the trail, so...
I'd rather not send him back if we can avoid it,
Yeah.
because I don't know if we'd be able to
Good point.
find him again.
I do think before we go prodding the Fae bear, I should try to attune to that mirror and see if we can keep and put an extra level of protection between Henry and her, just before we risk anything else.
Okay. So we scry. We send a work crew. Pending the result of the scry, we attune to the mirror. When the time comes to go down there, we can at least... I can cast non-detection on a few of us. I know we've got that extra scroll.
Mhm.
We could also post some kind of alarm around the crypt if we think this teleportation circle is how she's getting to and from. If,
True.
We
I
can
alarm it,
have
yeah.
guards stationed, we have people we could put there or to alert us.
Yeah, alarm's a good idea.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, everybody get the fuck out of my treehouse. It's been lovely. Please leave. You're not coming back. Goodbye.
I think Ten will be the first person to kind of drop down out of this treehouse, and then I think waits for Rose to appear, and kind of in a very much the same way you lifted your arm to him earlier on the elephant, will do it the same to you with a little bit of a wing.
Very much take it with all the poise of a princess. Just,
Mhm.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. Milady?
Get the
No.
fuck out!
Mm.
God,
Sorry.
I think Radella passes the baby down.
You pass the baby down. Naomi's still looking at you. Radella cooing. Dada! Dada! And Tennant takes that, and she turns and looks at Tennant, full silent.
Atta girl.
Yeah, cool.
Nadette will get out. I'll call up I'll go get people to stand around the crypt. And then I've got business in town, so...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is it antique business? Do you need me for anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I'll go scry again. Gives Reva a little sidelong glare. I'll go start scrying.
And I think there's a little chuckle.
Mm-hmm.
Hope we don't see sharks.
God.
I think I think like at a point where it's what? Oh, Jesus Christ. At a point where it's appropriate, I think like Tennant will kind of like subtly herd like Reva into like, a bit of a corner and kind of under his breath be like, "What the fuck's wrong with you? Your face like a slapped ass."
You want to try that again?
It rounds on you. What is your problem?
I think I'm just worried about your mother. That's all.
Can I insight check that?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's a 19.
I think really not hiding anything. I think, well, I am hiding some things, but like the thing that I'm like not hiding here is the fact like, yeah, like Reva's a little bit like, what the fuck is going on with Rodella, and is just being kind of a bitch about it. Like, I don't know how else to say it besides it's the sort of like, hey, look, like I'm okay with all the planning and everyone else has things taken care of, but I'm worried about more important things. Believe it or not. So I think there's a moment of it where I'm just like, I'm concerned about Rodella, and that's that. What else do you need to know?
Okay.
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 Naomi looks at you and goes, Dada. Okay. And he's gonna go and follow Rose wherever she's going.
Yeah, I'll go right on back to that bowl of water on the table that's still there. And just kind of settle down on my elbows a little bit and do a big heaving sigh, and then I'll start casting scrying again.
You just feel like Tennant's hand on your shoulder, kind of like a thumb, kind of like rubbing some tension out of your muscles.
Yeah.
And yeah, the surface of this bowl of water starts to ripple. Your mind is pulled into a different place entirely. And you know that you are back in that underground chamber because you remember the distinct... You know when you are in an enclosed space and you feel like just even the sound of like your breath and the space that it fills, the kind of like the dead muted silence of a large space that is entirely enclosed where there's no kind of airflow.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember the smell, that kind of like centuries old decay in the air, that like thick dust that is now even like heavier and thicker in the air, you assume from the recent collapse. But as far as what you can see, it is pitch black.
Mm. Okay. And I think scrying I can like turn in a circle. I might have fully made that up, but I think that's true. And I just like do a little 360, anything, anywhere.
You kind of like blindly turn yourself around in the circle. It is the darkest kind of like darkness that you remember being in.
I think I will stay in this vision for... It's like 10 minutes, but I'm gonna stay in it for like 2 minutes and just like see if I hear any movement, anything, and then I'll pop out.
Yeah, would you make an insight check for me?
Yeah, I would love to. I'm so good at those. Hopefully I didn't just jinx that. You're fucking joking me. You're kidding me. It's a natural one. I'm gonna throw up. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, wait, no, never mind. My bard thing doesn't work on that. Never mind. That's just a natural one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then after a minute or so, I will hop out and blink a little bit and just... Nope, nothing in the pitch black. Sorry, everyone.
Well, that means it's probably undisturbed. So,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hear anything.
all right.
Well, you can see in the dark though, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I also like pitch black is pitch, like, it's sort of a...
Does that work with
So
scrying?
did I feel like it was magical
'Cause you're-
darkness with my own dark vision?
I think even even in areas of like the dimmest light, you have a certain amount of dark vision that would allow you to see shapes, but you could not.
I mean, I can't tell because I wasn't there. It might be magical darkness because I mean I really couldn't see shit. Maybe.
Does dark vision apply through scrying?
I don't really know, and that's also more so a James answer than a Rose answer. I mean, neither of us
I'm gonna
know,
say
and that's fine.
because it's
Okay,
you.
cool.
You're putting your own consciousness in a space.
Sure.
So I think so.
Like theoretically, it should, yeah.
Oh.
And I couldn't see anything at all. But also, I know that magic there is fucked. So,
Did
you
you
know?
try? Did you to scry? Where in that chamber did you do it? Because the circle that we were
Right.
in was cancelling out magic.
Well, not. I did it sort of towards the entrance, but I also
Okay.
like I don't know how much magic is. I don't know if there's an aura, but I assume if it was that, it just would have not worked. Like I would not have been able to scry at all. Like my teleportation circle
Okay.
didn't work.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
But
because
also
you tried to
fuck
scry on
magic.
Molly before, and she like hissed at you.
Yeah, that she hurt me though when that happened. This didn't feel like I was shoved out. This just sort of felt like it was very fucking dark. Maybe magically so, maybe not.
Okay.
I mean, I could ring her up and ask her, but
She doesn't want us to see it. And she doesn't want
Maybe.
us to think anything of the fact that we can't see it.
maybe, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't really
We
tell.
gotta get down there.
Yeah, probably.
We can tackle it ourselves in the morning. I think then we can tackle it ourselves in the morning, right?
Well, yeah. Seeing how quickly these guys can work, kind of like holds up his phone. Can I give the go ahead?
Yeah.
I nod.
Starts old man texting again.
I think Cordella starts making herself busy. I think she starts messing around in the kitchen. Feeling restless.
Okay.
I think when you head off to the kitchen, I follow. And I I just stand in the doorway. I'm like, we need to talk.
Yeah?
Do you want to go outside?
Could use some fresh air.
Do you want to leave him here? And I gesture to the mirror shard, thing in your pocket.
I think Cordella kind of glances down at it and just kind of squints at you a little bit, finally looking up to look at you after avoiding your gaze this whole time. And I think she just kind of if it makes you feel any better, he only is there when somebody calls, and he's not there right now.
It would make me feel a lot better if you could leave him behind for one moment.
I think Cordella takes the mirror out of her pocket, and as you guys walk through the room, I think she's going to pass it to... is Ruby still in there?
Yeah.
Okay. I should think she's going to pass it to Ruby.
Oh. Okay.
Take care of him for a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Put him in my pocket.
And then she walks out.
I think the mood is so foul right now.
God.
Go watch from the window. Can I, like, the upstairs? Like, I just.
I think Rodella, who's been honestly just kind of missing this the whole time, like, has been so consumed by her own stuff, I think finally kind of like clicks in and senses the fucking aura radiating off of you and just kind of like, oh god. Just takes kind of like a deep bracing breath. And then I think as she strolls out to the front garden, just kind of finds an area to lean up against the wall and waits for you.
And then I think I kind of like walk out and then like kind of like walk out onto the lawn and like sort of like gesture for you to like come away from the wall and come with me and we'll go do a little like let's walk.
Okay. Starts walking beside you.
I think there's an uncomfortable like silence that extends like several beats way too far as we sort of like walk around the house. And I think very intentionally like I want to be out of earshot of potentially anyone in the cottage, like
Okay.
far out of earshot. And I think there's a little like the silence is broken. I ask, what's going on?
I think Rodella looks like kind of like she's withdrawing a little bit, but then finally just kind of, okay. I was scared during that fight. Really scared.
That's not like you.
I know.
What was different?
I think she kind of like rubs her chest a little bit. And you can see her just kind of staring into space. Almost like she's kind of turning inward and like searching. And I think she just comes up a little bit empty. And she just says, something's missing. And then I think it suddenly kind of like hits her as the fear that she felt standing over Ruby and the fear that she was feeling, like, you know, not to any extent the fear that she felt when she was standing over Ruby, but the fear that she was feeling in that fight, I think it kind of like clicks and her shoulders slump. And she realizes that like the one place, the one like part of her life that was like void of fear, and the one like thing she had that like, you know, the one like bit of calm that she could experience in their life is now like gone. And I think her shoulders just kind of like sag and you can see her hands like trembling. I don't have any itch anymore. It's gone.
I think I stop and hold your trembling hands and like face you. What do you mean?
I gave it up. I gave it up. I don't know, whenever I don't think I realized, like, it was Ruby. And I do it again. I do it again. I do it again and again. But I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means when we face Molly. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just going to be afraid of everything now.
Oh, my love, my light. And I think I like. I want to bring your hands in and sort of pull you closer. And I think there's a moment of recognition and like any confusion or doubt that I've been feeling up to this moment kind of washes away. That like the jealousy is silly and the sort of the moments are silly. But I think what like I feel as I bring you close is something that I'm really struggling to put into words. And it's this thing where I'm like, whatever magic or whatever thing it was, like, it's not courage. Like, you may have given up that, but you still have our love and the love for all of us. It's okay to be afraid. Fear just means that we still care about things that we can lose.
I think at that, Rodella grips you so tight. I'll learn how to live with it.
It's not so bad once you get used to it.
Just another adjustment period.
I think with like my head touching yours. Do you remember when we met?
Mm-hmm.
You've dealt with fear before.
Cordella just kind of snorts, and some of the tenseness in her body leaves. And I think she reaches up and she just kind of like runs her fingers through your hair, kind of like, pulls the ponytail out and runs her fingers through your hair, just kind of like loosening any knots, separating the kind of like still slightly damp strands. And I think she kisses your forehead. Okay. I'm gonna stop whining. We have work to do.
We have work to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think we need to have a conversation after this. Frankly, I don't mind Henry's presence, but I don't like sharing you.
Got it.
Something should be kept between us.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And if he's in your pocket this entire time, all the time, like, how do you think I feel?
Do you want to be in my pocket?
I would love to be. So warm and cozy. And so close to some of my favorite bits of you.
I think Rodella just cracks up. Just all the tension leaves her body and she just lets out this kind of like bellowing laugh. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go kill Molly again. It'll be great. It'll be fun. End this nightmare. We can go on vacation afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be great. Okay, let's go back.
I think we're gonna move now into the final part of this day, the evening time. It's about like 5-6 o'clock. The sun, although it never really is very sunny on this planet, the daylight is kind of dipping beneath the kind of thick cloud cover of the sky. What are people doing with their time this evening? We'll start with Nadette.
Yeah, I think after Nadette has left the cottage, shoots a text to Ruby that's like, can you please druidcraft some flowers at like 4 p.m. Thanks.
Thumbs up, react.
Beautiful. And then we'll spend her time before then. She goes back to her house, gets all cute, and then is going to go stop at like the main offices of the Crowcolts and like, hey, I need guards stationed around here. Like, I'll approve any overtime. Tenants sent messages to get excavation. How are things going on that? And like start kind of like managing things, making sure that people are going to excavate where tenant told them to and getting guards posted. And we'll shoot Sam a text that's like, hey, meet me at the antiques office after work, if you can. And then I think while Nadette's waiting for it to head over to the antiques office because she doesn't want to get there too early or she will die of anxiousness. I think we'll like start working on the job application. Get some like kind of corner people in the building. Like, you are going to write me a letter of recommendation to my mother, right? Yeah, here's a pen, here's paper. It's already on the official letterhead. Go ahead. And it will just like stand over them while they do it. And like gets the application materials together. And then heads over to the antique store to finish getting set up.
Yeah. What do you set up? What does it look like?
I think Ruby, what did you druidcraft in there?
I mean, I think she would have been like, y'all have like a special flower you have to be more specific or this is gonna get weird.
I think we'll send, like, Sam loves, like, baby's breath, go crazy with that, and,
That's, like, barely even a flower.
what are the little cup flowers that go upside down into Willy Whittle?
Lily of the Valley.
Yeah! Like, Lily of the Valley. Like, she likes really tiny flowers. I'm like, just any tiny flower you can think of. In, like, soft, like, whites and pale pinks and soft blues. Like, that's the... Go.
Yeah. I think that that's the energy. I think that they're kind of just, like, it's not, like, super overdone. But I think just, like, these flowers have kind of, like, woven in very, like, naturally around all of the things that are there. And I think that Ruby also took a few extra seeds from those, like, glowing bioluminescent flowers that got on Merc Hollow and kind of has some woven throughout. So it just casts, like, very calm, but also, like, just very cool, like, blue kind of, like, light throughout the shop.
I think comes in and, like, sees it all and, like, just sends Ruby a, like, thank you so much, I owe you one, and fires it off.
There is one weed plant hidden there. If you can find it, you can keep it. Where's Waldo?
And then I think we'll just, like, fills the space with, like, you know, they had, like, a cupboard full of, like, blankets and quilts and, like, a blow-up mattress that Nadette was always like, Rose, don't worry about it. Just in case, you know, that, like, kept in there. And so, like, puts a bunch of, like, blankets and pillows on the floor, and I think has brought, like, a dinner and, like, a nice bottle of Sam's favorite wine, and so they could, like, have it there, and, like, lights a bunch of candles and has a bunch of, like, fairy lights up among the things, and then is just, like, sitting there, like, just staring at the door like a dog waiting for their person to come home, just, like, so, like, sweating so hard, and then, like, prestidigitates the sweat away, and then sweats some more, like, just on repeat until Sam gets there.
Yeah, I think, like, you sweat for a good 10 to 15 minutes. It feels like hours. And then you hear the little, like, chime of the bell above the door kind of ringing as the door is pushed open. And you hear, like, a distant, hello?
Run
hello?
up. Back here!
Oh my god, I thought it was a trap. I thought I was gonna die. I suddenly just, like, I second-guessed myself. And I was like, oh my god, you've had doppelgangers. And this is, like, totally a trap. Or maybe it was a test by your mom and I had to stab someone. It's not that, is it?
No, just come, no, it's all good, this way. I'm surprised. No. Just come here.
You're being weird.
Yeah. I think we'll, like, peek out to be like, it's me, come here, and then, like, go, and, we'll wait for Sam to turn the corner, down on one knee with her little ring box.
I think she turns the corner and she walks into the room, and the first thing she lays eyes upon are the flowers, and she goes, oh, they're so tiny, and then scans to look over at you, like, as if, like, you hadn't realized that there were tiny flowers in here. She looks at you to share in this moment and kind of doesn't see you at her eye line, and then looks down and goes, ah, oh, what are you doing? Oh.
And I think, the only expression, like, all anxiety has left Nadette, and just, like, watching Sam not realize what's happening because there's little flowers, just, like, pure adoration and love, like, fill, face, and, she'll, like, pop open the ring box, and then we'll, like, hold it in one hand, and then, like, reach out to, like, take Sam's hand, like, hand shaking, but, like, just looking so excited to do this.
Oh my god.
I just thought, you know, we should, maybe, make it official. Sam,
No.
I'm trying to do something here.
Sorry. Keep going.
I had a whole speech prepared, but
Keep going. I want to hear the speech. Keep going. Keep going. You're doing so good.
Sam, the first moment I ever laid eyes on you across the street in your bakery, I knew in the very central fire that keeps my whole being together that I was madly in love with you. I have had to be 1,000 different people for every single person I have ever met, but I've only ever had to be myself for you. And I love you so much, and Sam Winterheart, will you marry me?
Yes! She just throws herself at you. I think knocks you off of your knees onto the floor and starts smooching you all over your face. Oh my god, that was such a good speech.
Thank you. Here. I'll kind of sit up and show her the ring actually, and it's the band is a wood shaving from one of the stools when I would come in and be like, oh, I can fix this stool for you if you need me to. And then a white stone in the middle that is very reminiscent of a baby's breath flower. And I'll kind of slip that on.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Thank you, I made it.
You made it?
Yeah.
You're so clever. I don't have a ring for you. Oh my god.
How? Honestly, if you did have one for me, I would feel embarrassed that you knew it was coming.
No. I mean, stay there. She stands up and backs out of the room and is like, don't move. Stay right there. Okay. And she disappears around the corner, and you hear the kind of shuffling of her rummaging through a bag, and then she runs back into the room and falls to her knees in such a rush that she kind of does a little bit of an electric slide up towards you. She goes, okay, stand up. Wait, no, I need you to actually down back it. So you kind of do an up and down kind of march. Sorry, I'm really nervous actually. Okay. I didn't know if you have a lot of rings and jewelry. I'm gonna just show it to you. And she brings out a tiny little velvet box from her pocket, and in it is a little twisting piece of horn jewelry that is adorned with a little what are they, a citrine stone that is the exact yellow of your eyes. And we can get you a ring as well, but I just figured that you would really like a dangly thing. This is
I can't get the words out. I'm just kissing her.
Okay. If we put it on the end of your horn, it's right by your eye. It looks so good. Ah!
All right, put it on.
Okay. Oh my god, you look so hot.
Oh, please.
Your boobs look really good in that outfit, by the way.
Thank you. I know. And then I will be kind of stand up and gesture to the pillows and the food and the wine and be shall we have a meal as in engaged couple as we are?
Oh my god, we're fiancés.
We're fiancés. Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
Thank you for proposing to me.
Thank you for saying yes.
Yeah, what else was I gonna say?
The other thing. I don't know. I was really nervous. Okay.
I can't wait to be married for the rest of my life.
Then I think just kind of gives her such a big smile. And I think they just sit down to have an evening together. And they call Sam's parents first to tell them.
Oh.
That's polite. Yeah.
They are absolutely overwhelmed with joy. I think even her dad is kind of like, second time lucky, and she's like, oh my god, Dad! Cute. Yeah, you have the best evening ever.
I don't think I see or tell any of my family until the next morning. I'm like, they can wait.
This is your moment.
They've got stuff going on. Yeah, this is for me.
Cute, my cheeks hurt. Oh, so cute. Ruby, quick check-in with you. What do you spend your evening doing?
I think Ruby's like in a little bit of like, I think that she feels like pretty aimless because for the first time since she woke back up from being dead, she doesn't really have anything to do, which I think is weird. I think she's been very like, go, go, go. We have the task and this task and then the next task. I think she goes back to the house to get some of her stuff because I think she's kind of starting to realize that the only things that she has to wear are like the clothes that Nadette stole from her. That was stuff that she didn't really miss anyway because pajamas. So yeah, I think that she just like goes back to the house to like get a bunch of her shit from her room and like get a change of. Yeah.
Do you stay in the estate that night or do you like go somewhere else?
That's such a good question. I think does not want to go back to Nadette's house because she knows that that's happening and is like, and I don't want to be in the house for what after that. That's none of my business. Yeah, I think she'll she'll shoot a quick text to the family because she knows that if she doesn't, they'll all freak out. But it's just like, yeah, I'm staying in my room tonight. I'm alive. I'm fine. It's normal.
Okay.
I think instead of sleeping in her bedroom, though, I think she goes back down to the now partially demolished nursery.
Yeah, it's been like you've had workers in the house kind of tidying up, and it's been partly like boarded up.
I think she pries a few of them off so that she can get inside, and I think kind of just like takes a moment to breathe.
Yeah,
take
you
it all
see
in.
for the first time that melted golden mirror pooled on the floor.
Yeah. And I think just kind of is like absent-mindedly like rubbing on the sore spot on her shoulder from where her own arrow pierced her chest, and just stares for a very long time at the like probably like ash covered and blood soaked section of carpet in the middle of the room.
Rose, what do you do with your evening?
Yeah, I think that Rose, like, takes a couple of hours to just be a parent for a while. I think everybody in the house gets a bath, whether they want one or not. Because sometimes that's just what being parent means. I think just, like, making sure that Aspen, like, finished her homework and making dinner and just trying to, like, seize one small moment of, like, everything is normal. As normal as life can be with a house full of rose cult children, for just like a minute or two, but I think has like stashed the mirror just out of sight with the intention that like once the kids have gone to bed, that's a then problem, but before then it's like, okay, we're just gonna be happy family, we're gonna be happy family time because everything's fine, and that's fine.
I think Tennant clocks onto this and very much like, you know, partners with you in order to set this up, just trying to give these kids kind of one normal evening after the absolute like travesty that was the previous night.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you can see like a little bit of that like white streak in Aspen's hair gets just like fades a little bit more to like the last couple of inches of her hair.
No.
She feels a little bit more safe and a little bit more secure in your presence.
I think Rose breathes a little bit easier.
Yeah. I think once the kids are in bed, Tennant kind of like, you know, brushes like your hair back from your head. Don't laugh. I was just gonna like do some reading, not for fun, just do some research.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want company on that, or
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. Well, what are we reading? Anything fun?
Well, we were made by like there was like a god who made all the fiends. Is what?
Yes,
I'm
I've
learning.
actually, believe it or not, I feel like I've heard this fable about 4 times in the last 2 days.
Yeah, it didn't actually like. I never listened in school because I did not go. So this is all very new and interesting stuff for me. So I'm just gonna try and figure out more about this Divacrest guy and
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. I can't. If it was about the actual creation of tieflings, I was going to sort of flaunt the fact that I knew some, but I'm useless with the avarice individual. So
Well,
yeah, sorry about that.
sorry.
I'll read up
Don't
on it
know
for next
everything.
time. Well, you know, I have to have some flaws. You know, 1 or
Exactly.
2, just to keep me humble.
At this point, Rose, your holo transmitter starts buzzing in your back pocket.
Yeah. I'll kind of take a peek at it.
It's your good friend Chaser. Is their contact is flashing on the screen.
I think Rose like sees this and then like clutches it to their chest as if like trying to mute a speaker that has not been picked up yet.
Sure.
So I want to be like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Oh fuck, Chaser's gonna yell
What?
at me so bad. It's fine.
Why?
I sent sort of an insurance policy letter last night when I was sort of really like deep in the crisis. Not that I'm not still deep in the crisis, but with just sort of like all the evidence that we'd found and everything, and instructions on what to do if we never appeared again. And Chaser's calling me, and I think she's gonna yell at me.
Yeah, that's fucking heavy, Rosie. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, it's fair. You know, it was not exactly an excellent evening for any of us, and I.
Yeah, I'm well
panicked.
aware. I was there, but
Mhm.
like, wow.
Yeah. Fuck,
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't think I can save you from that one, babe.
No, I don't think so either. But I appreciate the thought. I'll just very sadly answer and just. Hi.
Hey, girl. So I have just a couple of quick questions. I think actually, she sounds so cat like what you were expecting, which I think was extremely reasonable.
Yeah.
Shouting through the phone to the point that she might as well be in the room.
Sure.
Does not happen. I think that she sounds very relaxed, and you kind of just hear just like some shuffling on the other end as she like adjusts it. So just like a huge question. I mean, it's not huge. It's just a quick question. Is there like, are your docks shut down? Because I would normally say I could be there in 6 hours, but I can't book like anything. I'm looking at fantasy kayak canoe. I don't know. I'm looking right now, and I'm not. There's nothing for like a few weeks, which is super weird.
Hey, so are you paying to come here?
I mean, I was gonna, yeah. I know that there's a teleportation circle, but like, I don't know, because
you are like a 5-minute walk from Bastard Alley, where there's a Crowcolt outpost where they can set you up with transportation for you don't have to pay to visit, but also you don't have to visit. It's fine, but
I don't have to visit. I don't have to come to Dorithium.
No, I mean,
no. Okay, cool. Then why the fuck? And you hear at this point like the shuffling of papers and like a stack of papers that you had only like a day before sent slamming against a countertop. Why the fuck are you sending me your last goddamn will and testament here, Rose. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What is that shit?
Okay.
Are you, first of all, okay. Are you okay currently? Like, physically?
Physically, yeah, technically speaking.
Okay, I'm gonna imagine that asking after your emotional well-being is probably a moot point. Okay, cool. So what the fuck is happening?
That's a really good question that I wish I had a concise answer for.
Okay.
I don't know. Too much. But
Too
I
much.
also, I listen, I appreciate you wanting to come, but I do think it does a little bit defeat the purpose of the insurance policy that is, please have all the evidence in case something goes terribly wrong here, because if you're here, then something goes terribly wrong. Like, don't get me wrong, I do think you could probably survive the end of the galaxy, and I mean that genuinely, non-sarcastically, but I think...
Thank you, I believe you.
Good, yeah, so the point was sort of like to send that somewhere that would not be affected if something terrible happened here, and if you're here, then that sort of circumvents the point of that.
Okay. Okay. It is really only out of my abundant respect for you and faith in your ability to handle whatever shit is happening that is the only reason that I have not stolen a fucking rowboat to come there right now. And I need you to know that. I need you to know that, like, deep in your heart.
Yeah, heard.
Because that scared the shit out of me, man.
I'm sorry, I was gonna call, but then I thought that we'd get here, and I just sort of, I don't know. Yesterday was a lot.
Okay.
Like a lot, and
like a lot. Okay.
Like a Ruby died a lot, and she's fine.
Oh, shit.
We fixed it. She's
okay.
fine. But
okay.
And the house sort of like, not my house, but the other house, the estate sort of,
the big one,
half burnt down, and
oh fuck,
I almost died, and everyone basically almost died except for Ruby, who did, and I'm saying the word died a lot. We're fine. Everything's no deaths today, just a big fish or 3.
Big fish. Okay, because we did super well with that last time. How'd that go?
Yeah, well, Tennant has gills now apparently, so better.
Oh shit.
I don't know what's happening. I wish I could sort of concisely and with my usual like political prowess just sort of nicely wrap it up with a bow, but I'm so in over my head here.
I'm gonna be so real. I kind of hate it when you do that anyway. So this is the version I prefer to get, honestly.
Well, good to know. Yeah. Basically, long story short, and I think I'm kind of like looking at Tennant as I'm doing this, understanding that I'm about to butcher this so bad.
You're still here? I didn't know. I thought you broke out the room.
No, I needed the emotional support.
Okay.
So there's this like woman, I guess, who was like married to Tennant's shitty grandfather. One of the there's several of them. There's several angry, vengeful women who were married to Tennant's grandfather. But this one is a hag now, like a like Feywild, like hags, like the spellcasting sort of.
An old bitch. Oh no, okay, that kind of.
Yeah, well, sort of actually, kind of.
Okay, cool. Both. And, all right, awesome.
We don't really know like what she's angry at or what she wants or sort of anything, except that she's sort of got a whole like fish and underwater themed thing now, and also she hates us badly.
Okay.
And also she's just got a thing for just like giant fuck off birds. Not in a fun way, just sort of in like a bad. Ruby, I don't know.
I'm not Ruby.
You're not Ruby. Chaser, I don't know. That's so true.
Wow, I sound nothing like her, dude. That's fucked up.
Sorry. It's been I was just thinking about the fact again that she
all
died,
short
and I was
lesbians
really
sound
sad.
alike to you. Okay, I know
yeah,
that.
That's what it is. Yeah. You both give me sort of an energy like maybe you're from the storming system. I don't know what it is
weird.
about it.
I don't get that at all, man.
No,
that's wild.
No.
Anyway,
you don't get fantasy Italy from whatever that is. From either of you? Anyway.
I don't know what that is. I have a nosebleed. That's weird. Anyway, what the... Okay, so...
Yeah, so I probably butchered that expert. I don't know this person. Her name is Molly. We hate her. That's sort of what I mean for you.
We hate her and she sucks. Alright.
Yeah.
Cool. Can we circle back to the part where if something happens to you, I take your kids and disappear?
I mean,
because
I figured that was like a given anyway, just generally speaking. But
I mean, like, yeah, I got a couple guys.
Guys?
I mean, yeah, you get to know people. I've got a fucking guy who can make that happen.
Oh, I thought, okay. I wasn't certain where the guys came into that process. I understand now. I'm with you.
Like, you know, you gotta make a new passport, and it's a whole fucking. I'm not gonna bore you with the details. It's fine.
Okay.
What I'm honestly, yes, I would do that. I would prefer to not have to do that though. So
Well, me
like,
too, because I'd be dead. So
yeah,
I would also prefer
naturally.
that you don't have to take my children and vanish. Generally.
Yeah, because we both know I will probably end up giving them a lot of caffeine and it would stunt their growth, and that would be really fucked up. Okay, are you like? I feel like I'm asking the same 3 questions. Are you like okay? Are you sure?
Well, in what
You don't
sense?
sound-
My gut instinct is to say no, but I don't want to concern you. I'm not like actively bleeding.
Yeah, but
I'm
Marty,
just-
that ship sailed 3 hours ago. Unlike the ship that was supposed to sail to Drithium 3 hours ago, that's fucking canceled because your goddamn docks are closed. So
Right.
I'm already worried.
Again, if you go to the Crowcolt embassy,
I don't want to owe you people more shit, okay? I can buy my own fucking bus ticket. It's fine, okay? But I'm not gonna. I just want to make sure that you're like okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to try that again?
I don't know if I can. Yeah, I mean, progress is being made. Nobody died today, and also we have
When?
sort of a plan. I think.
Okay.
I really can't overstate how bad it. I'm not trying to stress you out. I just, you know, the 3 of us. Tenant's here. Also, Tenant, say hi. I'll transfer out.
Hi.
Okay,
Here.
great. That's it.
Are you okay? No.
So I'm sorry.
Give him back.
Kind of like leans back from the. Fuck.
Are you good?
No. That's a stupid fucking question.
Yeah, alright, he's fine. Give me back to Rose.
Hi.
Hey, dude, he sounds bad, man.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, you asked me a question before that, and I sort of forgot what the answer was.
Is there... Alright, other than, like, I don't know, preparing for possibly taking your children and fleeing for my life, is there any fucking do?
God, that's a great question. I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, there's things that need to get done, but none that I would foist upon you, my dear friend, who is not particularly fond of talking to people.
No, please don't foist anything upon me. Just your fucking kids. That's fine. It's fine. I love
you.
You
like my kids.
I
Don't
do
pretend
love
like you
your
don't.
kids. I do
They're
love
very
your
lovable,
kids.
and they're cute.
I do love
I like
them.
you a lot. Good.
Oh, do they? That's nice.
Yeah, of course they do. Are you kidding? You're cool Auntie Chaser.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, it's fine. If I think of anything, I'll let you know. I think it's just there's a lot, and we've been sort of literally and metaphorically out of our depths, and I just got really, really fucking scared the other day on account of I almost died. But the first
Yeah,
time
I was
since
gonna
that
circle
time,
back
so-
to that. Are you like, have you like taken a break?
That's funny. That's a good one. You
Take
should
a fucking
go
break.
I can't. Is the thing.
You have to, or I am gonna show up. I am gonna steal a fucking rowboat. And so if you want to prevent that, I'm gonna need photographic evidence.
Oh, I see. Would you like me to?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just went swimming a few hours ago. It's very relaxing.
Yeah, it's really. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I hear that, and also I need to go tune to a very magically dangerous item. But I'm fine, and it's probably going to be fine, and I don't want you to stress. And I promise I will get 10 hours of sleep and a spore treatment as soon as sort of my grandfather-in-law's bitch ex-wife is not trying to murder all of us for some reason.
Okay, just
sort of an ant farm rules, if I'm being honest. Like, get through it. And
oh
then
my
the other
god,
side.
that's a
I know,
horrible
it's bad,
fucking
I'm
idea.
sorry,
We almost
it's
died
bad,
like
okay?
8 times,
Yes,
dude!
but we didn't.
That was
and
awful.
also, I don't know what else to do. So
Okay.
It worked out fine that time for the.
Yeah, fine, sure. That was a fine time in our lives. That's okay. Okay.
I don't leans in and goes, if she just like won't stop yelling, sometimes I just put her on mute or hang up or like pretend the phone line went dead. Like sometimes you just have to.
Thank you for your contribution, fuck ass. I'm having a
you're breaking
conversation with
up,
your
Chaser. I'm
wife.
so sorry. I think
Rose,
the reception is spotty.
Take like
Hello?
This is absolutely hilarious. Yeah. Sure. You cannot pour from an empty cup. It is
Oh, but
not
it's so
possible.
fun
I
to
have
try,
tried.
Chaser.
No, it's not, because then you just run out of whiskey. And then there's no more whiskey, man.
I'm very rich. I'll buy more whiskey. Okay, it was great talking to you again. I'm so sorry for the letter. I love you very dearly, and that's not a goodbye. That's just sort of a general appreciation for you, my friend. I'm gonna go. I have to go attune to a very magically dangerous item.
Okay. I love you so much. Please
Aw.
don't ever not send me, if you have to send me a fucking scary letter because you're out about something, like, please do that, because I would rather know than not know.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Okay. I'll do that. I'll send you like a fun one before the next one. I'll try.
Sure.
Like a postcard from Dorotheum or something.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, please come visit soon. Sometime when it's
I would like
not
that.
hell.
Sure. I mean, I will say, technically I was just there, but somebody wasn't, so I had to break to their bar all by myself.
Right.
Just saying.
And where was... Oh, yeah. Taking
sorry,
care of your kids.
I can't...
Okay. I love you. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I love you.
It's a very short list, and that means you're doing something extremely stupid as you hang
Bye-bye,
up the
Chaser.
phone.
I love you very much, and so does Tenant. Okay, bye. And I hang up.
That sounded like it went well.
Could have gone worse. The yelling didn't start immediately, and that's sort of my rubric for that sort of thing. So.
Like, gets a little bit pale. Oh, that's really bad, actually.
I know.
When she winds up to it, you know it's bad.
I got 2, maybe 3 I love yous.
We're fucked.
Yeah, I almost feel like I should send Lavender to do a wellness check, if I'm being honest.
You should do that.
Okay. Also, she's trying to buy a ticket to get into the docks. I think I'm gonna
just get.
That's what I am saying. Just go ask someone.
She's so stupid. Like, starts muttering and flipping through his tome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna swing over and check on our moms. Rodella, I'll start with you. What are you doing as you wind down for the evening?
I think potentially seeing that Ruby was going to be spending the night at the in the shambles of her old home. I think Rodella would probably like ask Riva if they want to go back, and I'm sure probably spent the evening cleaning up the kitchen, kind of putting everything that can be salvaged like lovingly back in its place. And I feel like Rodella just maybe kind of spent some like, unless you have something else that you're thinking, Bree, but I think Rodella might have spent like a little bit of alone time just like piecing back together her kitchen.
I think there's definitely a moment where Riva, like, I took a moment to be like, I think I'm gonna head into the office. Are you okay with this? And to give you space for your alone time.
Yeah.
And, I want to say, I think that Riva's rest of evening goes really annoying. What I mean by that is, like, I would probably take the moment thinking through, like, okay, tenants already reached out to some contractors and folks to, like, reach out to handle some of the excavation and things like that. And I think ordinarily I would be responsible for reaching out and following up to be like, all right, here's like the overtime billing, here's the contract, this is the rate for like last minute service and immediate service. And like when she calls them to like give all the updates, I think the response is annoyance because it's already been done and it just sort of feels like now I'm the micromanager in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's like annoyance from the contractor side, from the excavation things. I think there's annoyance from all of the folks that Nadette contacted, like Riva's at the office taking care of contracts and stuff for guards, and everyone's like, no, it's already been processed and taken care of. And like as I go through my list of tasks, like everyone that I call to get these tasks done is like, no, it's already taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
And stop bugging us. And I think that just like drives Riva like a little bit angry, or not angry, but just annoyed. I mean, it's nice that it's taken care of, but I'm also like, really? Okay, now it's all okay, I'm glad they're finally taking responsibility for everything, but now I'm the bad guy. Or annoyance and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I would also like to get in touch with, I think it's Razu, the Crowcolt HQ lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And just like send her a few notes about like, I think I take a moment to check my calendar and I cross-reference it against like the payroll calendar, and I'm also looking through like, hey, like I send a formal email like, could you walk us through the steps for an employee who has passed away? Like, what is our standard protocol for like what is the legal what are our legal initiatives, and like can we get in touch with HR about what we do to process like an employee death,
Mm-hmm.
and to like start that process in the works?
Yeah, I think you kind of get like a kind of, you surprise Razu in this moment because they kind of like, she kind of pauses for a minute, gathers herself again, and is like, yeah, I didn't hear of anyone passing away. Is this just you want a refresher on our process?
And I think, is this over the phone or a
Mhm.
call? I think I'm like, no, let's just talk this out. I just want to give you a little bit of an update. Technically, my daughter Ruby did pass away. She's fine now and back, but I'm worried about what this would mean in terms of employment and everything related to our benefits package.
Oh, well, we do have a pretty hefty life insurance payout in the event of employee death under, in the workplace for work-related reasons. Was this a work-related death?
Well,
I'm
this was on
assuming
company
yes.
time.
Sure. Yes.
And just could we go over our just like benefits language, our life insurance policy language, because this is a benefit that occurs upon death. And this doesn't, let's see, there's nothing in the legal language about coming back from death, is there?
You know what, Riva? I'm going to get back to you on that, huh?
It's an interesting legal question, isn't it?
Yes, I love an interesting legal question. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're
And
the
I'm
best.
sorry for your loss and return. Never
Well,
mind.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. You have a good night.
You as well.
Hangs up.
And like, there's a little bit of satisfaction, like for the first thing on like Reba's list of to-do items. It's like, check, did it. And I think there's a little bit of like, a flurry of messages. It's like getting in touch with like representatives from like the Bellmakers and the Birdhouse and the Clasp, and like doing a lot of just explaining like an apologies for the dock closure. I think it's a little bit of like seeding multiple rumors and stuff like that, like releasing like drafting a formal like PR stance to say like, oh, like the docks are closed for emergency like maintenance or something like that, and then
Sure.
simultaneously releasing rumors that like the Crowcolts are covering up a lice outbreak or something like that, or something really embarrassing, like, you know, for the docks or something. But it's
Sure.
just basically
Yeah,
releasing
real
a bunch
bad
of
vermin
rumors.
problem.
Or maybe like they had like a shipment go bad, or they lost something they're trying to figure out. Basically trying to seed as many rumors as possible. Just to be like, it's nothing whatsoever related to domestic issues.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. As you kind of spend your evening, like, kind of at first kind of like niggled with like annoyance and kind of like working through your admin as almost like a therapeutic, like self-soothing, like, you know, exercise. I want you to think about your early childhood, specifically when your mother was still alive. Do you have a memory, or is there anything you remember that your mother used to do that was like comforting to you, or like a way that she used to like reassure you or comfort you in kind of like moments of like high stress and tension on the ship?
I think for Riva, like reflecting on her mother, Ruby Davies, I think when Ruby Davies joined the ship, there was a shift in operations. It was like, hey, the worst will happen, but if you're prepared, it's not too bad, right? It's the sort of like taking stock of a ship's inventory. It's making sure there's processes and protocols and like checklists of things to do in case of emergency. And I think what Ruby passed on to Riva would have been this comfort in the sort of like you can find comfort in the preparation and being prepared and taking care of these little tasks and clearing up all of these small little worries so that you can focus on the big ones.
Yeah.
I think there's memories of like Riva learning how to do math by like double checking ship's logs and things like that. Or like there's a comfort in the doing of a task. Doing of a task that has meaning or like has an impact or like something concrete. It's the mending of a sail or the tying of knots or, you know, cleaning a gun or a cannon or sharpening a sword. It's the checking off of tasks.
Yeah, I think it's that early kind of like that sort of like work ethic that was kind of built into you and taught from such an early age, as you know, not in the way that like your father trained you and like turned you into like miniature like versions of himself, but in a way that was done with love and care and brutal honesty about like what this life entailed and what was necessary to survive it. And it was like the kindest thing she could do for you as a mother, is prepare you in that way. And I think as you kind of like, you methodically go through your list and you use that practice that has been inbuilt into you for so long, that has allowed you to build this empire for so long. And that kind of like steady calmness of like, okay, you're in control again, washes over you. There's just a little creak from beside you, next to your desk. And I think your eyes flicker up as Ruby Davies is kind of sat on the edge of it, watching you, a dagger in her hand as she kind of like cleans it.
think there's a pause. And I think in a mirror, or like in sort of a, I don't know how to say it. I think Riva leans back into like old habits and starts reporting. Payroll's taken care of, kids are safe, all of our partners have been contacted. All that's left to do is to get to work.
You're a busy woman.
That's how you taught us to be. Keep busy. Stay alive.
First part's the easy part. The latter not so much.
Taking part of the first part makes the second part easier.
And what's next on the list? Keep going.
Undo the ritual, take her power, take her life.
A third eyelid blinks over Ruby's yellow eyes. They turn into that silver fish-like bleached color. And with a ripple of scales, Molly kind of like cracks her neck.
That's how my mother raised me. Are you surprised?
Surprised about what?
Any of this?
No. I figured you'd come knocking on my door, eventually. You didn't go all the way. What's holding you back?
Honestly, that's a really good question. What is holding me back? You know, it's quite rude to step into my office without an appointment, and I don't see you anywhere on my calendar.
Forgive my rudeness then.
What would you like to talk about?
I want to make a deal.
I'm listening.
I think I know why you didn't come through.
Let's hear your theory.
I think you know what you would be leading them all into. I think you know that you're all gonna die. And you're not ready yet. So, I thought I would, offer you, what is it they call it? A branch. I'll offer you a branch, Riva, and I'll make you a deal. And I'll walk away if you will.
Okay. Say your piece.
End the war. Do what you couldn't do before. Admit defeat, Riva. Admit that you lost and that you can't win. And if you do, I'll leave you alone.
I don't understand how this deal benefits me whatsoever.
Well, if you don't, I'll just kill all of you.
Okay. You really think you can?
As she leads in over the desk at you, and you get that stench of rotten fish breath that you smelt coming from that anglerfish shark before. And you see a similar row when she smiles of these razor sharp pointed teeth. Riva, I know I can. It was barely difficult the first time. You've not really given me a lot of trouble here.
I'm having trouble understanding any benefit of this proposal that you laid in front of me. And please, I do apologize if it's just a matter of me being thick-headed. What you're saying here is you won't kill us in exchange for what exactly? What exactly? The knowledge that we've failed of some way, shape, or form?
You lost. You're done. Have you not grown in the last decades? Have you not changed? Nothing. I took your sister, I took your daughter, and I will take every single one of them. And you have an opportunity to save them, and you won't?
There's something that I don't think you fully understand. I may take a moment here. I think one of the things that you don't understand is what I am willing to do. I don't think you have any idea what I am willing to do for my family. Death? Death is a common thing. And frankly, what you offer isn't a deal I'm willing to make. What is it exactly that you're hoping to achieve?
Make an insight check for me.
That's going to be a 23.
I think you see as you speak, like, she's got these similar, as you saw, kind of like Ruby and Tennant, like marked with earlier. She's got these like kind of like flayed gills at the side of her neck. You hear the air whistling in and out of them as she gets like, and you see like that sickly pallor to her skin get more like sheeny as she gets angrier and angrier the more you talk. And her chest heaves with like angered breath, and her like big fish eye pupils narrow into these kind of like little pinpricks. And she goes, "You're just fucking like him. You're just fucking like him. You'd rather serve up your entire family as the sacrificial lambs than admit defeat. Your pride is in the way, Riva. You will lose everything because of your fucking pride."
This is where I think you are wrong. My family can make its own decisions, and frankly, it's not up to me to decide what is best for them. As much as I hate to admit it.
You're blind. You're blind. You've manipulated them since they were born. They don't make their own decisions. They never have. You say jump, they say how high. It is the same thing over and over again, and they will die for you, Riva. And it'll be your fault. And you know what? I'll leave you alive to live with it. I will.
I think I lean back in my chair. And I think the expression that is on my face is just of pity.
That air whistles through her gills even harder. She almost starts to like bleed like salt water from her skin. It runs like down her nose and over these like dry, cracked lips with the razor sharp teeth in between.
I think what I see isn't the razor sharp teeth or the gills. What I see is the coward that I remembered. The woman who was so wrathful and spiteful and so focused on her drink and how everyone else had wronged her instead of doing anything for herself. I see the person who latched onto power and tried to cling for it and take it whenever she could, but never could own the power herself. I think I feel and see the woman who I vowed as a child I would never be like and looked at with disdain. And I also look at the person that I could have become. And I think in just a look at her, and then I see, I think, the hardship that she has caused and the sort of honestly pointlessness of it all, and just the vindictiveness and how, what is even the point of all of this? Like, what is she doing any of this for? Like, she left her family behind and her kids behind and is just on this path that has turned her physically as ugly as she was inside. And think I feel sad.
I think you sense the moment right before she like snaps is the weight of this like pitying, like sad gaze on her. And in a very like, for a person as even you, non-magical as you really are, you can sense the amount of like magical energy radiating off of this figure. You can kind of sense the power in the room. And in this like entirely humanistic moment, she just swipes at the desk and all of your papers and your books and your scrolls go flying. Any pens or, spilled ink splatters across the desk. And she screams at you and she goes, "Don't fucking look at me like that! I'm not fucking scared of you!" And she points at you with this long finger, and that finger just shakes a little bit.
I think I let out a sigh, and very deliberately I stand up and I look at her and I go over to my pens and papers and everything that's been knocked over, and I just bend over and start picking them up, very deliberately stacking them in a pile and setting them back on the desk. And after I set my first pile down, I look at her.
She looks bewildered. She cannot compute your behavior.
And I feel so sad at this old woman throwing this tantrum.
You're all gonna fucking die. You're all gonna die. This whole planet's gonna die, and it's gonna be your fault.
Okay. Are you finished?
I'll see you at the bottom. And her whole body melts into this like sheet of seawater, and there's like a wet splash that soaks your carpet in this kind of like very 5-foot cube that just smells of fish guts and seawater.
I think there's this moment. I exhale, and you sort of see the sort of like shaking, sort of like just sort of pass through and the nerves and the sort of like the strain of not rising to the bait. And the realization that like, okay, that was a different approach. And I think after a moment, she pauses and then like dials a number for like facility services to get a mop. And then checks it off her list.
And I think that is where we're going to end. We'll see you next time for the next episode of Crow Lane. And until then, caw-caw.